No, Mama. Okay, so Paul, can you hear me? Hi,
Sorry,
hi.
sorry, I was
Okay,
muted. Sorry. Yeah, all good.
okay. So let me welcome you to the day two. I welcome everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are joining us. We are happy to host you. This is the day two of our summit here in Ghana, and we are excited to host some awesome presentation which will be coming on very soon. Today's section will be centered on Intune and the way the digital transformation. We will have myself and Paul doing a presentation on Intune, and then we will be joined later in the day by Peter, who would also talk about the digital transformation. So the chat box is enabled. If you want to ask any questions as the section is going on, feel free to put in your questions. You can also use the raise hand option to alert us so we unmute you, or you come on video and then you ask your question. So yes, it's 10:11. I will not waste much time. I would start the section myself, co-presenting with Paul. So I would give a brief introduction about myself. Let me give share my screen here so that I can show my slide. Just a minute. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, so please can you confirm if you are seeing my slide?
No, I think you're seeing me, Ernest.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Yes, I sent you. Okay, all right. So, yes, my name is Ernest King Arthur, as you already know. I'm a system administrator and a lead organizer here in Microsoft User Group Ghana. And
Sorry, Ernest. So we can't see the slides. Sorry. Ah, there we can now. I can now. That's cool. I think there's a little bit of a delay. Sorry. Carry on.
Oh,
Apologies.
okay. All right. So I've been around for some decade in the industry. I started as a support technician way back in an IT firm, providing support and carrying out deployments on Microsoft solutions such as the Exchange server, the Hyper-V server, SharePoint, and those days we used to do Link server, and as well as I did a bit of System Center Configuration Manager 2007, and we've been around for some couple of years. So I'm now a system engineer at Strategic Mobilization Limited here in Ghana. So I will be co-presenting with my very good friend, Paul. So let me also give Paul the opportunity to do his introduction before I move on to my slide.
Thanks, Ernest. Hi, everyone. Hello to everyone in the room, and also to people who've joined on Teams, as Ernest says, wherever you are in the world. I'm, as you can see, UK-based consultant. I live just outside London. and my speciality is MEM. So this is SCCM, Intune, and all those kind of areas around that. So it's a bit of Exchange Online, 365 kind of things, stuff like that. I've been working in IT for over 25 years now. So when I kickstarted that journey, Windows 3.1 had just been out for a little while. So it's quite a long time ago. I've been blogging for 8 or 9 years or something now. So I've got a blog, sccmmentor.com. And you can catch me on Twitter at sccmmentor. Just note there's one M there. I've kind of merged SCCM and Mentor into one word. So company-wise, I work for myself. I'm an independent consultant. It's my company, SCCM Solutions, and I work with a lot of companies around the world doing implementation, troubleshooting, all that kind of good stuff around MEM. So it's great to introduce myself, and Ernest, over to you for your part of the presentation.
Yes. Oh, wonderful. So without wasting much time, my section today will be kind of a quick walkthrough of Intune, how to set up a trial, and I'll do a short demo on bring your own device. So today we are kickstarting Intune experience, and how to really enroll your devices is actually titled Noob to a Superstar in 1 hour. So yes, I think the passion for supporting end users has always been part of my journey, and today I'm happy to present on Intune, which is actually cloud-based services that is focusing on mobile device management and application management. You know, way back, let me share some little history about Intune. Way back in 2011, Intune used to be called Windows Intune, and around 2014, the name was changed to Microsoft Intune, and I think back in those days, the major key development was to move it to the Microsoft Azure public cloud. And right from 2014, I can see that there's been tons of features to talk about. Some features being the integration with Azure AD to provide MFA, multi-factor authentication, and conditional access, and what have you. It is also true that in our sub-region, especially in Ghana, Intune is yet to pick up, but I know in the European countries and the Western parts, they really use Intune as a service. And I think here in Ghana, probably this is so because the level of awareness and advocacy is not much there. So maybe as we go along and as we advocate, we would create the awareness to firms here and organizations here to really try their hands on these wonderful services. So, as I alluded earlier, the Intune is a cloud-based services that is focusing on mobile device management, which for short we call MDM, and the mobile application management that we also call MAM. So this is where you control your organization devices. I mean, we now use phones and tablets and laptops. So work has shifted from the typical PC desktop where you are stationed at a fixed place to carry out your work procedures or your workflows. So now Intune is helping us to control, even to the extent that we control the applications, the corporate applications that are used on these devices, be it owned by the corporate or be it your personal devices. For example, an administrator will really love to prevent users from forwarding emails to people, family, and friends outside the organization. And I mean, we've all been, social kind of media addicts, because most people now just take their phone, and by the time you know, they've sent something on social media and it's really trending. So as an organization, you would have to take control of your data, whether it's on individual app or is on corporate app. And I know administrators always get beef with their end users of they blocking them and stuff like that. So I don't know, administrators, don't use Intune to fight your end users. That's just by the way. So with such services and in our organizations, it really helps the data stays protected. And the good thing about Intune is that you can even isolate your organization data from personal data, and that makes Intune service very, very cool. And it's actually part of the EMX, the Enterprise Mobility Plus security suite. And you can also really integrate with Azure Information Protection, which gives you the data protection. So people do ask me that, okay, so can you use Microsoft 365 suite for Intune? And yes, you can really connect your 365 suite product, which is out there. For example, you can use you can deploy the Microsoft Teams, OneNote, and any other, 365 apps on these corporate and personal devices. And as you know, like I earlier alluded, smartphones, mobile devices have really make workflows very easy to be carried, and it's actually good in a sense that is really enabling organizations to be more productive and all their devices while keeping the information also safe. For instance, you could configure a baseline. When I say baseline, it's actually a group of policies or settings that you would want to have manage certain tasks for you. So this is where it's just kind of like a group policy or combining policies together to form a particular, a baseline to perform certain management, certain tasks. So when you use this, as users go out with their phones, and mind you, now you access emails, corporate emails on phones and stuff like that. When they come back to the office premises, Intune can help the devices stay compliant through this baseline, and it helps protect the organization. Intune can actually be used in government sector, the education sector, and it can also even be used in kiosks and dedicated devices for manufacturing and retail as well. And I must say that it's really cool feature, it's really cool service to get your hands on. Let's move to the architecture of Intune, and here it is. This architecture is actually giving you insights on how you can connect the Azure Active Directory to the Intune services. And if you can see on the right-hand side, far right-hand side, it gives you how you can connect the Office 365 apps and your SaaS applications right into Azure AD and right into the Intune services for it to really manage your apps, your policies, your data for you. If you check my far left-hand side, you have the Graph API, which can also seamlessly integrate into the Intune services. So you see here a smartphone, very, very powerful smartphone. I think years ago, you would not even think of this, but now you could see a smartphone here that it's actually performing and connecting to corporate data in the Intune services. And whether you are on-prem or whether you are still using your smartphone, it can easily be integrated into the Intune services. Okay, so we have a life cycle for almost everything, every object on this earth, and same applies to Intune services. I'll start with the device life cycle. So first of all, I mean, today's mobile device management strategies always deals with a varieties of smartphones, tablets, Android devices, Windows, and even Mac OS. And if you need to manage the devices, which is most of the time the case, especially when you are in a corporate environment, your first step will be to enroll. So you can see here, we have the first step as being the enrollment, because once, if you want to have the ability to control these devices, the first is to put them in an enrollment so that you get that capability to manage it. And thereafter, I mean, enrollment is just the first step. It doesn't give you any other thing, but it gives you that capability. So you take to really take the advantage of all that Intune offers and to ensure that your devices are really secured and compliant. This is where configuration kicks in. And you would have to configure these devices to the policies that you wanted or the corporate, the organization would want. For example, you can configure how to, whether a corporate device should have a password. I mean, when you are talking of smartphones, it should have a password. So, so far as the company gives you a mobile phone or a laptop or what have you, you should by force or mandatorily have a password on that phone. So it's not left to you to either decide that, so me, I don't really want a password because maybe when I get emergency, people will try to use my phone and they can't contact me. You know, there's that argument that people are saying, like, I mean, passwords on their phones shouldn't be considered because sometimes there's case of emergency and stuff like that. But hey, what have you? So that is a second step to configure. And moving into the third step, you know, in the modern IT world, protecting devices from unauthorized access is one of the important, key tasks to ensure. And in addition, in the items, in the configure steps of device lifecycle, I mean, it provides that capability that helps to protect you and manage you from unauthorized or malicious attacks as well. So let's say when a device gets lost, I mean, what do you do? So this is the retirement stage. It's one instance that you can use to retire a device. Or let's say your CEO is no longer with that department. He or she has been shifted to another business unit, and therefore maybe he needs to leave all his gadgets and stuff like that. These form scenarios to retire your devices, and sometimes too, maybe for data protection, the organization can say, okay, this kind of information would need to be wiped. And I mean, these are some of the scenarios that really forms into the retirement stage. So here you can see the diagram actually depicts an iPad or a smartphone that an organization purchases, and then they put in their configurations in those smartphones according to their likings, and also to ensure that their data is really protected and secured out there. They protect the iPad or smartphone, and when it's no longer in need or when they want to get rid of the information in there, they retire it. So similar to the device life cycle, we also have the application life cycle of Intune, and the first step being obviously to add the deployment in the Intune services which you want to manage. I mean, so the first step is to add your application into Intune and assign it to Intune. With Intune, you can add different types of apps, and whether it's from the stores or in-house apps. You could also even do apps which are on the web. So Intune gives that flexibility. You can get it on all the stores. You can add apps from all the stores that we have, whether Windows or Apple Store, you could also add. So right from there, after you've added the app to your Intune, what do you do next? You then assign it to the users and the devices that you want to manage. And Intune makes this process so easy that it's sometimes amazing to really find out that, okay, so did I really do this in this kind of environment? And it's just a single console that you use to do this, though in certain cases, you will need certain application mobile device management to integrate. So app stores, app from the Apple and Windows app stores can all be linked to it, and it also provides this feature where sometimes you have the app that have bulk purchase license. Intune also has that flexibility to incorporate your bulk license so that from one console, one administration console, you can monitor your license in there to really know what's really going on. So the next stage in the app life cycle is the configuration stage or configure stage. And as you know, there are new versions of apps being released here and there now. Almost every week, there could be an update of an app. And this is where Intune comes in and makes it so easy to easily update the apps that you have already deployed. And it could be newer versions of those apps that you've already deployed. Intune provides a console, a single pane console that helps you to do the upgrade or the update of these services. And as always has been the case, security has always been the case, whether it's an app or it is a device. In many ways, to help protect data in apps, Intune provides features such as conditional access, which controls services based on conditions that the organization specifies. So the organization could say that, okay, if this app is a managed app, and a managed app means where Intune is managing the app. Unmanaged app means those app that is not really managed or is not managed by Intune. So the organization could just say that with a conditional access that it shouldn't allow copying from an app, let's say an Office mobile app, let's say Word or Excel or something like that. It shouldn't allow an app which shouldn't allow a managed app to copy data to, let's say, an unmanaged app. Whatever unmanaged app it is, these managed apps shouldn't allow it. And that feature is very cool. And it can also help you protect your devices or your apps from devices that are jailbroken or rooted. Most of the times end users would want to root their phone or jailbreak their phone to get maybe some extra feature which they don't want to purchase or buy, or some kind of weird stuff. But end users are really, they would really want to explore and discover certain cool features. And by the time they are using these corporate devices, which you have your corporate applications on it. So if you don't have such services like the Intune, which has the MAM to really give a control layer to some of these things, by the time these rooted phones have hidden malwares that could eventually cost you millions of dollars and lose productivity, hang services of your corporate. So Intune is kind of a 360 mobility management or enterprise mobility solution, which tackles right down to the applications and right down to how those applications behave on your devices. So the last step being the retirement stage, and eventually apps which are being deployed will become outdated, and sometimes you would need to maybe transition from certain apps. So just like the device cycle would also retire, the application cycle too, in such scenario like I earlier stated, that you might want to retire certain app because it's been outdated. So this is the stage where you retire the apps from your devices. So that is basically an overview of the app and the device life cycle. So there are common scenarios that is known out there already, like that Intune really helps solve. For example, corporate world would really start their mobility strategy by ensuring that emails on-prem are really protected. Data are really protected. And talking of this, Intune integrates with the enterprise mobility suite. They have a unique integration with conditional access for Exchange service that you can really apply these services to really protect your organization's data. And when you combine the Intune with the EMX, you will not need an extra gateway on your edge network. You might be thinking that you will need to deploy an extra edge or gateway on your email solutions to really protect you from these data protection laws and stuff like that. But with Intune and EMX, you can achieve this same result, and then your data would obviously be protected. And one of the scenarios out there too is that of BYOD. Now it's like every employee have a phone already. So why do you want to increase your hardware expenditure and get them another phone in their pocket? So, with their own device, you could just make them feel at ease, because most of the times the issue is that end users also feel kind of worried when they are giving their devices to the corporate, or they are using their devices for corporate stuff. And that is where we have the challenge of enrollment provision. So in this case, the users don't really have that privacy, because they think that, okay, their privacy would be exposed or stuff like that. But with solutions such as BYOD, which is very now popular in some part of the world now, they just need to connect those their devices, just connect with Intune account, and then their corporate devices is what is only protected. The rest is up to them, and they are at liberty to do whatever they want to do with it. At the same time, when they want to, use their corporate resources, they can really, use that without really enrolling or provisioning their whole devices to the corporate, where they work, or the corporate environment. So, and the next point, the one of the most popular scenarios there is also when an organization, those large-scale organization and even small-scale organization, want to do some out-of-the-box configurations for devices. Intune makes it so simple and so flexible that you could configure your company's policy on bulk devices using the MAC address and stuff like that, so that at a go, when the users unbox their machines or their corporate owned phones, they just follow a walkthrough step, just like when you unbox your iPhone, the normal startup, next, and then it takes you to your phone. Intune can also helps you provision that kind of setup on your corporate owned phones, so that when you unbox your phone, all you do is to click the next accept, put maybe your account in it there, and then right there it takes you to the company portal where you will see apps that you are supposed to use in your corporate environment only. And it has also that capability of protecting those data on those apps. So right from unboxing your phone, you don't need to call anybody to really come and set up your Outlook or set up Teams the way you work with when you are in the office premises. You don't need to call to waste time. Right from unboxing, you are cool with it, and you can start your tasks that you've been assigned to. So these are some of the common scenarios. There are many out there. You can go check it out and have fun with it. So this is just a screenshot of how simple it is to set up your Microsoft Intune free trial. So you can see the link there. When you go to this link, it's just basically some 4 steps, and then you are in. You just go to the link, and then you put in your email address. It checks it. If there is no such account, it tells you to create the account here. You put your personal details in there like I did. Then it verifies that, okay, you are the one who owns those accounts by testing your verification code. And then the next step is that you would create a unique name. And mind you, this name is linked to your tenant, and it cannot be changed after you put in there. So in my case, after the verification, I have a custom domain which I'll use in the demo side. You will see it there. This is a custom domain that I registered for my startup. So I was using that as a test case to really try it those days when I was trying my hands on the setup. So you can see that you check the availability of it, and it's unique in your Azure subscription. So, and you cannot change this afterwards. So you have to be mindful of the name you put in there. So once you do that, it tells you to create a global administrator account. And I use Ghana because I'm representing Ghana here. So I use Ghana as a username. So it will be your global administrator password when you log in. So just after that, you move to the final stage where you confirm your details, and you can see here that this is the MEM portal, which you will see when we go to the demo very shortly. So You see, just two, slides, two steps, basically, two major steps. You've started and you've enrolled into trial setup, and it's so easy to try your hands on. So viewers out there and attendees, just get your hands busy. This is so simple that you don't need to be an expert to try your hands on setting up the Intune free trial. I'll share the link too after my presentation so that you can go check it out. So my section will be ending with BYOD, bring your own device enrollment. Due to time, I have virtually done some of the steps, but I'll walk you through it, and then I will hand it over to Paul. So let me go to the portal here. Okay, so, and as you can see, once you hit the Agile portal, when you want to start the Intune automatic enrollment, which BYOD uses, you will need to have the Agile AD P1 subscription or P2 subscription. So what I did was to have that, if I should go to my Agile Active Directory, we would see it there, here, the overview. Okay, so you can see here that I activated this trial, and in fact, this is a trial. I don't have subscription yet for it. I just activated this Azure AD Premium P2 as a trial. If you've not activated it, you'll see it here that is showing that you can activate the preview or the trial for it. So you just click on it and then it tells you to activate. So I've done that ahead of time, just not to waste much time of it. So you just have to make sure you add the Agile AD Premium P1 or P2. And the next step will be to create a user group, a group with users, which is not really necessary, but to really make management simple, or to make administrators work easier. When it's good when you group your users. So I created a security group with the name MUGH with some cool members, those that I don't quarrel with. If I quarrel with you, your name is not in, so don't expect to see it here. That's to my organizers, Shout out for doing the wonderful job. So I created some few names in here. You can see Joshua, Ruth, and Chesco. So once you create the group, you make sure you add the members, and then you come to the licensing part of it, and you assign the Intune license. And this is very a crucial step. You have to assign this license as well as the AD license to it. So why we do this is that once I assign it to the group level, any user I create, and now we have dynamic users that you can, or even dynamic groups in Azure, where once you could set a criteria that if a user is in this department, you should automatically put him in this group, or if a group is a member of another group, you could, automatically put it in another group. So, which makes really management very easy. But this, I created an assigned group, and then I manually added the users into it. So how you add the license is just by clicking here, as you saw here. You click assignment, and now you will get a preview of all their license linked to your tenant. So you can see in here, if you want to review the license individually, that's where you use this option. So you see what component is entails, the element it entails. So you can see here Intune is Microsoft Intune, Enterprise Mobility, bears all these elements, your agile information protection and stuff like that. You won't waste much time. P2 have these kind of elements. So all you do is just to click on the assignment, whether being it a group or a user, you just click on the assignment and then you select the license and then you just save it. You see a save option here. Once you select it, because this is already saved, so it's not really giving us that option. So you do that, and then you are done on an Agile part. So you can actually navigate the MEM portal from the Agile portal as well, where you have the Intune. You go to mobile devices. Sorry, I'm going a little bit faster. Let me just go back. Here, you can get the mobile device mobility, which is the MDM, which I earlier explained that is the mobile device management. And MAM is the mobile application management. So you go here, and then you go to Intune, and then you set the scope. Obviously, none means no scope, all means all scope, but you set the scope to the group we created, which you can see here that I've set it to the MUGH, and then you click save here. It's already selected, so I have to either remove it, which I'm not going to be doing that. And with the MAM as well, you put it to some, which limits it to some groups, and then you put it in there. So this option can also be obtained. I mean, this is where the Intune MEM Admin Center is. So you have all the options, but some options like we saw here, we can also see it in devices when you go to the Endpoint Manager Admin Center. I mean, this is the single control pane that I was talking about, where you have everything in here, be it policies, types of enrollment, iOS enrollment, Mac enrollment. This is where you do all your crazy stuff here. So when we come to the MEM Admin Center, you go to devices and you go to enroll devices. So when you go to enroll devices, this is where you have Windows, Apple, and later in the day, I think Paul would talk about the Apple enrollments. And this is where you have all the types of enrollment. So in our demo, we would be doing automatic enrollment where we just connect our BOE device to the Intune services through Azure AD Join, which we'll be doing in a jiffy. So we select the automatic enrollment. We select the automatic enrollment, and this was the same settings I was earlier talking about in the Azure portal. As you can see here, it's the same settings. So if you are in the Azure portal, you can just do it there before you get into the main MEM admin center. So I've basically done the same thing here. Nothing under my sleeve. You can see here it's the MUGGH group that is here. So once you are done with this, that is it. You can just, we are ready to move to the client side of things. And mind you, you can also create your users here as well. So this shows how the console is very simple and very straightforward. You don't need to be shifting between even the Agile portal and the MEM admin center. You can do all those user creation and group creation right from the MEM admin center. So it's also replicated to the Agile portal AD as well. It's actually picking it from there. So we would try maybe Abu Konde's account now. This is the last stage where you would tell the client, okay, you send the credentials he or she can just open the Windows 11 laptop, which I'll be using here. It's actually a VM I have on this same machine I'm presenting with. I think I created one new VM yesterday. So that is what I'll be using to demo the endpoint, the end user side of things. So come up. Okay, so you just go to the settings of your Windows 11 laptop or desktop. It's taking quite time to load, but I think it will be up in a while. So once you go to settings, you actually go to the account, and when you go to account, you would see, come and load. Okay, so we are there. Oh, okay. It's kind of loading in the background. So I have, okay. Okay, so as you can see, it takes you to the system properties, and then you choose your account. So once you go to the account, you have, let me make this big here. Okay, so once you go to the account, you see an option which says connect your work or school account. Access your work or school account. So this is where you put in the credentials, the users that we created here in the portal, the users that we created here. So in this case, I'll be using Abukonde, and this will be the first time he's logging on to the device. So it has a default policy of enabling you to use, multi-factor authentication, and also using a PIN, Windows PIN to sign in. So we would all see that here in a moment. So, okay, so you have your Access Work or School account. So you just click on connect, just like you're adding another, account into your Twitter app, or your LinkedIn app, or just the same way. You just go to account, click on it, and in a jiffy, I'll be putting the user account we created out there. This VM is slower than expected. Forgive me for that. Shouldn't take even a minute to be doing these things, but I think the VM is quite slow. So in the normal case, I should be done by now. So just forgive me of that. It do happens. So we are just waiting for it to load and present us where we will put our email user account. It will show us the email address, but you put in your user account, which will be, if you have customized it with your domain. I think I can try with one other PC here, which is also Windows 11. I think that one I might be a little bit faster. Okay, so let me see. Oh, if you want to get this right. Okay, my time is getting to 50 minutes. I plan in using 30 minutes, so let me see this. Okay, so let me try this one. Try kind of some so slow. Okay, so just a minute. See this. Okay. So because of time, I would want to show you what I did earlier, because I think I have to give the other presenters to also come in. but I just want to show you how it looks like after you've connected. This machine was earlier connected. So once it's taking time to load, let me go to the slide and show you. When you connect that, in fact, what it does is that it just makes you change your password for the first time because you are logging on for the first time. It also enables you to put a Windows PIN into it, and then that's it. It gets connected. So once it gets connected, you can view it in the admin center, the MEM admin center, but mostly it takes like 72 or 48 hours or so for it to enumerate. And I just did a lab last night. It's not really enumerated, but you can easily confirm that you had a successful enrollment with the Azure portal. When you go to devices, let me go here. When you go to devices, you should see it here in a jiffy. When you go to devices, you would see, okay, okay. Yes, so as you can see, you will see it enrolled here, and you can see it's a VM laptop, PC, Windows, and the version of it. The user I used yesterday night was Chesco IE, and as you can see, the date is 10 and yesterday 7:49 p.m. So this is right from, I mean, this portal. You are getting an inventory of, I mean, your hardware and the version of it. And this is where, when I showed you with the cycle of device, this is where you can now have the capability or the ability to now put in your configurations to your liking, and this is where the things start getting interesting. So I would like to end here. I've already exhausted much time, so I would like to switch the baton to Paul to take over. Thank you very much.
Cheers for that, Ernest. That was really, really good stuff. Some good content there. I'm just going to share out my screen. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay, so as always, I'm going to ask the question. Let me know when you can see that. Is that all good?
Yes, that's all good. You
Perfect.
can see it.
Okay, lovely. Just a quick question before I go. What time have I got till?
Okay, so I mean, we were supposed to end 11:20. So Paul, you will have like 50 minutes to go,
Okay, sure.
so that
Okay,
you have 50 minutes.
no problem. If I can make it shorter, I will. But if not, we'll see how we get on.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So lovely. So yeah. Cheers, Ernest. As Ernest mentioned, we're focusing a lot on enrolling those devices, that first part of the device life cycle in today's presentation. I wanted to, so Ernest kind of touched on the BYOD scenario there. So unfortunately the demo just didn't kick in with the speed, but you could see at the end result was that he had a device that was enrolled. That was an Azure AD registered device that, as I say, it will be classed as a personal device, a BYOD. I'm going to touch on corporate enrollment more so in my part of this session, but I wanted to initially just run through some enrollment restrictions. So Ernest mentioned the MDM scope and the MAM scope there, and he was filtering by security group to allow people to enroll, you could use that as an option of stopping enrollment in your environment or filtering, as Ernest did, or you could allow all if you wanted to just let anyone who had an account enroll into the tenant. So that's one way of kind of filtering enrollment. But you can actually do enrollment restrictions as well. So here I've listed out the options available. Probably better if I just show you in the console here how that's achieved. But you can do this for all the platforms, and I'm including Mac OS in this as well. So here's the console. You've just seen a little bit of that earlier. This is the Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center, or the MEM console. If I go into the devices blade and I scroll right down, we've got this enrollment restrictions option here. So this is the bit where I can restrict device types. I can also have a device limit as well, a restriction on that. So this really is looking more so at personal enrollment, really, where by default you're given 5 devices that each user can enroll. I could go in here and edit this default, but I don't like to do that. I'd basically create a limit restriction instead. And that would have a priority which would be higher than the default, and I could filter that again to users and groups, and I can push up that device limit if I needed to. The maximum I can specify is up to 15. But this device type restriction is the one that I wanted to really focus on. Let me just click into the properties of that. So here, as you can see, I'm allowing everything at the moment, but I could start to be picky and I could start to block things. So I could say, okay, well, I'm not managing Mac OS. I don't want any of that enrollment to happen, so I could block it. This is kind of the corporate level. This is the personal. So if you notice when I block that, I'm blocking personal as well. But I could actually just say, well, actually, I'm going to manage some corporate Mac OS devices, but I'm not going to allow personal type enrollment. Same for all the others. You can also see here we can do some versioning. So maybe I want to specify for the Android that I'm only going to allow a minimum of, say, version 8 or something like that for enrollment purposes. Also for the Androids, I can specify device manufacturers that I might want to block as well. And then obviously the Windows MEM as well. The min and max, I could look at maybe some out of support OS that I want to stop the enrollment of, because I want to make sure that devices coming in are at a supported level. Okay. Okay, so Windows 10 corporate enrollment. Just looking at that, you have lots of options available to you, and it can be very confusing, or not confusing, but overwhelming maybe initially when you look at this and go, actually, how do I want to achieve this? What's the best option for me? And it really depends where you are in your device management journey. Maybe you're currently supporting on-premise Windows 10 devices and you want to start moving them to the cloud, or you just want to go straight into Azure and start enrolling in that way. So these options cover all kinds of scenarios. The bottom two, I'm not going to focus too much on these because they're not used as much as the top 3 options, but you can have a device enrollment manager in your environment. This is basically assigned again through the console. If I go into enroll devices, bear with me, sorry, enroll devices, you've got this device enrollment managers option here, and it's really just going in and adding in an account. That enrollment device enrollment manager can enroll up to 1,000 devices for the business, and you can have I think up to 150 per tenant. It does have some limitations, which may stop you from deciding to use that particular role, and therefore you may want to use the processes behind these top three more so. Another option is bulk enrollment, and what you would do here, you would have to use a tool called the Windows Configuration Designer, which would create a package that you would deploy onto the device, and that would be executed. So that would be a manual process for someone to run the package when it's deployed. It doesn't require admin access to do that, but as I say, it requires some manual implementation. It's intended really for new devices, so if you've got devices already out there, you probably don't want to use this method to enroll. The journey, as I say, could be an on-premise to cloud journey, and this is where these two choices here would feature. So group policy is one option, and co-management is another option. So co-management is something that requires SCCM, or sorry, the SCCM is the old word really. So it's now rebranded to MEM, Microsoft Enterprise Manager, Configuration Manager. And that is your on-premise management tool for deploying patching, deploying operating systems, etc. Maybe that's something you're currently using in your own environment. So co-management was built to bridge the gap between on-prem and cloud, and started off as a journey to shift you one way by flipping workloads from on-prem to cloud. Now, it might be that you use the co-management as the method to get to the cloud. It could be that you will always have kind of a hybrid setup where you're always going to have some devices that are on-prem and some that are in the cloud. So co-management, as I say, is that bridge that would enable that and allow you to manage devices in both situations. For either of these, there are some upfront requirements that you need to have in place. So you need to make sure that the devices that are going to be enrolled have the Azure premium license applied. So again, Ernest mentioned about the premium license. So a P1 or a P2 would give you auto enrollment. You'll also require an Intune license as well to be assigned. You'll need to make sure that the MDM scope is enabled and allows that flow of enrollment as well. And as a prereq on the Windows 10 side, you'll need to have at least Windows 10 1709 for that to really work well. Bearing in mind that 1709 has been out of support for a little while, so hopefully you're a little bit more up to date on your Windows 10 baseline. Another requirement is that you'll need hybrid join, something called hybrid join in your environment. So this is where you would have the Azure AD Connect tool installed in your environment, and that would be synchronizing objects up from on-premise into Azure for you. And with that prereq in place, you'd then be able to tap into these features. So the group policy enrollment would require you to set a setting within this group policy. Once a user logs in to the device, that would create a scheduled task for enrollment. So it would attempt to enroll. And if you have all those prerequisites in place, you should soon see a device appear in Azure AD and then into Intune as well. With co-management, SCCM, as I say, is required. So the configuration of that requires you to stand up the co-management feature, and with that onboarding of co-management, you specify a collection in Configuration Manager, and that or you could point it at all your devices. But if you're piloting initially, you might want to be more granular and point it to a particular collection. You can then start to put devices into those collections and test out the scenario. You know, are they enrolling properly for you? Have I missed out a prereq or whatever? So devices that go into that collection will continually try and enroll. And the good thing about the setup with Configuration Manager is that you'll get telemetry back in a dashboard that should give you some information if you have any enrollment problems. But the sort of the funky enrollment option is the top one here, Autopilot, which is provisioning of your device, your Windows 10 device, rather than a build as such. So you were kind of used to the old school methods of building, which would be, you know, re-imaging a device and putting the software on there, putting Windows 10 on there, etc. With Autopilot, a device has Windows 10 on there already, and you're working with that and provisioning and layering things on through the process. So that can be your applications, it could be your policy, etc. So I'm gonna run through the elements now that give you the Autopilot experience, a quick overview of those, and then I'll also demo Autopilot for you. Now I've recorded my demo because as we can see from Ernest, if you have a bit of slowness or whatever, it can cause problems, and I've been there before. So I've recorded that, cut out the bits where it was taking forever. Okay, so going back into here, the devices blade, I'm going to click on the Windows platform and into Windows enrollment. So this is where Ernest was earlier. He looked at that automatic enrollment section. Now I've got mine configured for all on this. So the devices coming in for corporate enrollment will use this MDM scope. They're not going to use this MAM scope at all. So this is what I want to focus on. Again, I could filter here, put a group in, but I'm going to let anyone in my environment be able to enroll. I have to do a little bit of pre-req work around some CNAME records to make sure that the devices can do the enrollment properly. So that's just something that you have to do with your external DNS. But effectively, if I just quickly type in my domain name here and do a test, I've got to make sure that CNAME has been configured correctly, which that test shows that it has. The three parts of Autopilot that I'm interested in now are the two bits here, deployment profiles and devices. This bit here as well, which is not strictly Autopilot, because Autopilot is built up with different components. But the enrollment status page is something that I want to configure as well. There's another element here, which is actually in the Azure portal, which is called company branding. And that shows me things like a welcome to image or something like that as I go through the provisioning. But if I click on devices, the first challenge with Autopilot is that I need to get devices into this blade, into this Autopilot devices section of Intune. Now, there are different ways to achieve this, but at a corporate level, I really want to work with a reseller who will be able to put devices into here for me. Okay, so they'll work with a kind of a partner API that would allow them to upload the details into here. So what's collected from a device is some hardware hash information that's unique to the device, along with some other bits of information as well. That's usually collected at the first screen that you get to when you get to Windows, which is the out-of-box experience screen or the OOB screen. And you'll type in some PowerShell commands to collect the data and then export out a CSV. That can be quite tedious, challenging, etc. As I say, if you've got thousands of devices or hundreds of devices or whatever, and therefore working with that reseller really does pay off, because these things will appear for you. This is where I would import the CSV. I just specify a path to a file and upload it. I can actually run an online command as well. So that when you enter the commands in PowerShell, there is an option to run it in an online mode, and so long as the device has the user has rights to upload the information via the online method, then the devices will appear in here as well. That's the method I used in my demo, by the way, so you'll better see that. So I've got 2 VMs in here at the moment. As you can see, currently they're assigned. Okay, so that means they've been assigned a profile. But when you're setting up for the first time, you actually need to create that profile, and you need to be able to add it in against devices. So the first thing I would do before really getting going is I'll create a group, because everything that I create in Intune, I need to target it to something. I need to assign it out. So if I go into my groups, I created a group called All Autopilot Devices, and for this I have to create a dynamic group, because I don't know anything about this Autopilot device to really tap into it. You know, is it a HP device? Is it a Dell device? I don't really know. I can't really sort of establish anything around it. But Microsoft have this method here, this query. If you go and Google that, the ZTDID is some information that is contained for every device that will allow it to be for every Autopilot device, and you'll be able to create a group base that contains this ZTDID information. So with groups in Intune and Azure, you can have them as static, or you can have them as dynamic. So dynamic allows you to do these kind of queries against them to build up the membership, which is kind of cool. If I look at the members here, I can see that I've got 2 devices. So this represents the 2 devices I've got in that blade. Okay. So let's go back to the profile parts. This is, as I said, a device needs to be assigned a profile to onboard. And I created this Azure AD tech preview profile, as I've called it. It's got an Azure AD join type. Okay, so that means it's going to be a pure Azure based device. Let's have a look at the properties. It's really simple. I've assigned it to that All Autopilot Devices group. If I click in here, look, there aren't many settings here at all. Very, very simple. The deployment mode is, there is a choice here, okay? So you can have different scenarios for Autopilot. They could be self-deploying, which is used more often in a kiosk type situation. Or you could have what's called white glove, which is mentioned here, but this is a user-driven type of deployment, or whereby the device is provisioned by an MSP or an OEM, and everything that's sent to the device during the provisioning gets deployed, and then the device is shut down and sealed and sent off to the user. That's, as I said, that's a user-driven type scenario, though. And what that means is that there's a user driving that process of onboarding. So I've got user-driven because I'm going to give this to an end user. And the great thing about having a user-driven deployment is I'm going to be able to decentralize my device deployment. Okay, so I'm not going to have this sent to admins around the business in this particular building or that particular building. They're going to build it, reimage, etc. I'm going to cut all that out, and I'm effectively going to have a deployment that's sent. The reseller will put information into Autopilot for me and ship it directly out to them. And that's where these settings would work well. I've got a choice of Azure AD joined or hybrid joined for my Azure AD join. Hybrid join would be used where I have a situation where I'm still struggling to get away from on-premise, and I've got some things that aren't going to work for me in an Azure AD joined device. It might be something that is stopping you, is legacy and stopping you from moving to the cloud. The idea these days is we try to do Azure AD joined as much as possible and move away from that hybrid approach, and Microsoft are pushing that more and more. To be honest, it can be a challenge for some customers still. You know, sometimes we may have to fall back to the hybrid join situation, but it's not a nice experience, that's the way forward if you can do it. But what we've got here are some simple options, some simple choices. Microsoft software licensing. So when you get to that OOB stage and you've got a new machine, you're clicking through, you're agreeing things, you're accepting things, you say, no, I don't want location services, etc., etc. This is what we're effectively hiding for the end user by pressing these buttons here. And then we can configure those things ourselves in the background if needed. User account type, you know, we've got a choice of admin or standard. Well, really, we want our users to be standard users, so we'd use this in the majority of cases. We've got some options here around language and device name templates. So, for example, I'm allowing the user to select the language when they first power on the machine, but you could say I'm going to use the OS default or be quite specific on the language for the device. So yeah, that's pretty simple as a deployment profile. That's all it needs to know. And as I say, I've applied this to my autopilot devices group. I've also then created the group that's dynamically assigning the device in. So when a device comes through into here, it will initially come up as an unassigned device. And then the magic in the background happens, and after about 15 minutes, it will get assigned a profile. So let me show you this one. That's been assigned that profile that I've just showed you. Okay. The enrollment status page then. So that's, as I say, it's not a pure autopilot thing. It's a separate thing. This can still be used for a device that enrolls into Intune that isn't an autopilot device, but we do tap into this for autopilot. Why? Well, it shows you what's happening on screen as the device provisions. The last thing you want is the user to be sat there not having a clue what's going on. Office is downloading in the background and installing and taking forever, and they just shut the device down. They've had enough, etc. So let me just run through this briefly. Again, I've targeted my autopilot devices group to ensure that they get that when they turn on. But this is slightly more complex, but not much. There's some things that I need to make sure I specify here to make sure that the experience is better for the end user. And this could be things such as allowing the end user to collect logs. So if there's a problem, they're allowed to collect logs, they're allowed to send it back, and that, you know, not an experience enhancement for the user, but definitely something for the admins if they need to get more information on a problem. Allow the user to reset the device if an installation error occurs. So this is pretty key. So if I say no to this and there's a problem during the autopilot provisioning in that enrollment section, enrollment status page section, if there's a problem and I have this set to no, the device kind of gets stuck at that point and it becomes pretty useless and obsolete, and I have to kind of get it sent back to try and get any further. So by clicking yes, it allows the user to click a button on the screen, a reset link, and reset the device again and try the autopilot provisioning another time. Also, you may want to say to the in the configuration, you may want to say that you will allow the user to carry on using the device if there's an error. And with that, you tend to find that where there might have been a failure of an app coming down or something, if you allow it to continue through, that app then just comes down in the background anyway once they're on board. I can put some custom messages in here. I can also say how long it's going to take for a timeout to kind of just, you know, stop an error. If nothing's happening, I want to be, I think the default is 60 minutes, but that's quite a long time for someone to wait if there's a problem. So I reduced that down 20 minutes I put there. So if there is a problem, then this kind of all then kicks in. Another good thing to do is, first thing, I want to block the device until the apps and profiles are installed, because if I don't, it will quickly flick through this enrollment status page and they'll get to the desktop and they'll be, I don't have any apps, or this app's missing, that app's missing. And that can be a phone call to the help desk and unnecessary calls when it's just going to come down anyway in about 10-15 minutes or whatever. If I set that to yes, I've then got the option to have all devices, all apps must be installed during that block, or I can be selective. So I could say, well, actually, I'm going to block it, but I want to make sure that my required apps kind of come down. So what I mean by that, Office, Edge, most people, when they turn on the device, want to browse the web or they want to check their email or whatever. So let's give them those, and the other things might just come down in the background. Now, these apps here, all the apps I've currently got in this environment. So not all these are deployed. It will only bring down the apps that are deployed. So, I could say, for example, push down sticky notes to that all autopilots group as well, and that would come down during the provisioning. Okay, so let me show you the process then of autopilot with this demo, and I'll just talk you through this. Okay, so this is the device at the OOB stage, and as I say, we need to run some PowerShell commands to get the device into the MEM autopilot blade. And these are the PowerShell commands I would run. So I'm installing a script here, get Windows autopilot info. I'm just going to set the execution policy so the script can execute. And then I'm going to run the script in this online mode. So this is the one where it's going to over the wire now. It's going to put the information into the portal. So let me just click on that. There we go, does some bits here, and it will prompt me to authenticate. So I just type in my information. It's connected to the tenant, and now it's waiting to import. It can take a little while sometimes to do this. So again, I've chopped away at this to speed up the process. But if you note here, this serial number 9840, etc., has been imported successfully. So over to the blade, and I can see that device there. And if you note here, it's not assigned at present, but that's that 9840 device, and it's coming exactly how I wanted it to. Okay. As I say, this will update and eventually assign. So that's going through the back end now to work out it's in that autopilot group, and it's been assigned that profile. As I say, it can take about 15 minutes or so per device. There it's assigned. Okay, so on the device itself, once it knows about this, this has been assigned and it's got the profile, the company branding's in place, the ESP is in place, we're good to go. And I've booted up this device into it. I've already picked the language on this device and set that, and the next screen it comes up to, it knows it's part of my tenant because that information is in my tenant. Okay, so I've got the welcome to screen, which is where I've done my company branding. Quite simply log in if I can type in my details properly. So I've actually done this in a different tenant, but effectively it would have happened in that tenant I've tested with. Enter the details. Okay, so at this point it just goes through some process in the background. Sometimes might do an update of some files, etc. And now it's running. This is the enrollment status page. Okay, so it's going to go through and register this device for mobile management and prepare it. That happens quite quickly. The device setup stage. How long does this take? Well, it all depends on what you're sending to the device. So there, I've just pushed one app. But if you're pushing, 12, 15 apps, that could take a little while, particularly if you're pushing Office down or something like that. Once it's done the device preparation, it's going to log me in as my account, create my profile, and then just continue some last bits here around anything that's pushed to the device, to the user, sorry. And it could be security policies, could be some more applications, etc. And that's it, really. I'm at the screen. I've onboarded this device. Now, obviously, that took 2 minutes. In a demo. In real life, it's going to take a little bit longer, but I'm now at a point where I can use this device. If I push down configuration profiles, etc., they will all be layered on, and I'm managing this device within Intune. If I go to the console and pick, so let's go back to Windows, enrollment, devices. If I pick this device here, it will have named the device. If I've come up with a template for naming, which I haven't, so this is just going to call it desktop dash and then some random numbers, characters afterwards. That would be named based on our template if we put the template in there. But if I click on that, this will direct me to the actual device itself. And as you can see, we have a corporately owned Windows 10 device. So cool. Okay, as you can see, hopefully that will help you think, this is quite a cool little thing that I can do with Intune, and I can totally decentralize my builds and ship these out to users, etc., which has worked really well, obviously, in COVID times for companies who've moved towards this way of deployment to avoid having to have people on site. Okay, so let's move on for the last part of the session to talk about some MDM corporate enrollment options. So this is iOS, Android. Also note here, macOS is covered with this solution for iOS. Okay, as with Windows 10, you are probably going to go with an approach of working with a reseller here to get devices into something that will allow you to push out to those devices and enroll them over the air with no involvement really from the user, apart from, as Ernest said before, unboxing, turning it off and clicking through some welcome screens. And so it becomes an invisible thing on the back end to the user. They're not aware of that. So the portals that we need to know about for iOS is the Apple Business Manager, or if you're in education, it's the Apple School Manager. So as I say, this can be used for enrolling macOS as well as corporate devices. On the Android side, it's Samsung, Knox, Google, Zero Touch. I'm not aware of any others. There may be some, but I don't know of them. You've also got another couple of corporate enrollment options, the Apple Configurator and QR code for Android. Now, just briefly mention the Apple Configurator. That's actually an application that you get from the App Store, the Apple App Store. So you would download that and you would have to put that on a MacBook. But what it does allow you to do is a few things. So first up, you can just use this enrollment option in Intune by uploading some by entering some serial information, or you can actually use the tool to put a profile onto the device. So the device has to be it's an iOS, iPad, iPhone, whatever, that's plugged into the MacBook via a USB cable. Let me just show you that in let me just find my browser. Okay, yeah, so under iOS, we've got the options for configurator. Let's go into the enrollment here. Okay, so if I went into here, I could go into devices and I could add, and then I could basically, I'll have to create an enrollment profile, but more of that in a moment. But I would have to import the devices. This would be a CSV file with serial name dash and then maybe the type name of the device, but the serial information is key to adding that in, and you can push out through Apple Configurator and onboard those. There is a prereq here, though. This is for any kind of corporate enrollment of iOS devices, and this is the Apple MDM push certificate. So you would have to create a push certificate. This is really important. You would use an Apple ID to do this. Now, this Apple ID is very, very important in that you need to have visibility of emails being sent to this account. So it needs to be part of it needs to be generic, it needs to be part of a distribution list or something, because when you create the push certificate, it expires. It lasts for a year. So if you don't get visibility of this expiring and it expires, then every single device in your tenant iOS device would have to be re-enrolled. And if you've got hundreds and hundreds of devices in there, you're not going to be very popular if that happens. So you want to be notified, you want to get emails, you want to be aware that that's going to expire and renew it. So what you would do is download a certificate request and then basically upload that into the Apple Push Certificate portal, which I think if you click on one of these, it sends you through to that. And then you would then upload that CSR and download the push certificate and then upload it into here. And as you can see from here, mine's active. That's all good. So I've met the prereq. Okay, I'm not going to focus on Apple Configurator much more. I want to really move on to the Apple Business Manager side of things. But you can use Apple Configurator to upload information into Apple Business Manager. Again, this is purely iOS devices, so your iPhones, your iPads. So you can upload them using that tool, which is great. But normally you'd be working with the reseller in the Apple Business Manager. You can't upload Mac OS via the Apple Configurator at the moment. There was an announcement earlier on in the year, so possibly that's going to happen. So that would open up the Apple Business Manager to yourselves to have to buy your own MacBooks and upload them into there and then use the corporate enrollment method. So Apple Business Manager is a portal that you have to enroll to. You have to be a business, or so if you've got the education portal, the Apple School Manager, you would have to be an educational place. But if I click on Enroll Now, you can see here it requires some information: organization name and a DUNS number. Okay, what's a DUNS number? Well, every organization is given a DUNS number by a company called Duns & Bradshaw, and you can go onto their website, you can search for your company name and get the DUNS number from them. When you set up, you would have to enter your details as a techie. You're going to be the admin in this portal, but you also need a verification contact, and that's someone in your business who can accept terms and conditions that are sent to you from Apple on behalf of your business. When you continue through and you filled all that in, they will be contacted and asked some questions by Apple, and they're very simple, questions really around why you're using the Business Manager. And once Apple are satisfied that that's all legitimate and they're happy with it, they'll then say, "Yep, we're cool," and the admin will receive an email then to start setting up within the portal. So I'm going to authenticate into here and just show you. 1 minute. Okay. So I'm just going to move it over here initially because there is a little bit of sensitive info in here that I don't want to display. Okay, so when you've got set up, the first thing you'll need to do is to connect your environment to Intune, okay, your Apple Business environment. So if I go into here, okay, as you can see, I've already done this. I've got MDM server information here, and I basically downloaded a token and then uploaded that into Intune itself. So I've got this connection established, okay? I've also ticked this box which says allow this MDM server to release devices, because I want to basically, if I retire a device, so we're looking at the device life cycle, I want to be able to release it if I no longer have this device anymore. Also, as part of the onboarding process, I would want to set up a connection between what's called the volume purchase program, the VPP, so I can purchase apps and books through this console. So this is like, if I don't know if you're familiar with the Microsoft Store for Business, this is kind of a similar thing here, where I can, as a corporate entity, I can purchase licenses for applications, books, etc., which I can then deploy. So again, this is all around downloading a token and bringing it into Intune. I can also, where is it? Is it in here? No, it's this one. Okay, I can also federate against my Azure AD. Okay, so this is me claiming ownership of my domain. If anyone has created a personal Apple ID using the company domain in the past, I can take back ownership of that by federating here. And what happens is anyone who has, it will check against your Azure AD, and anyone who has created an account would be notified that they need to relinquish that within about, I think it's 60 days. If they don't comply, Apple will actually just rename their account for them, and you'll get ownership back of that. So there's no fighting there with your employees. They just don't have a choice. But if I go into this, that's kind of a connection, and you have to set that up in Intune. So if I go into in here, if I go into enrollment programs, you see here I'm connected with the Apple Business Manager. So if I add that token that was there for the MDM server, I'd upload that into here, and I'd create that token and I'd create that connection. For the volume purchasing, I'd go into tenant admin and create a connection there. And here's the Apple VPP token. So I've set that up, that's active. If I go into apps and books, this is the bit where I can actually purchase things. So let me just purchase one now. Go with Netflix and click on that. And it's really simple. This is a free one, so I can go, I want this. I want to have one license, and I'll get that. And off it goes and purchases that for me. That'll send me an email telling me that I've purchased an app. If I go into here and just sync the token for VPP, it does this every so often, but I'm just syncing it now. What will happen is that I'll get, there you go. Oh no, so that's an iOS store app. Let me just refresh. There we go. So I've got a Netflix app that's bought through the volume purchase program, and I can assign those out, etc. Once I've got the enrollment token set up for iOS, I need to set up a profile. So let me just go into here and show you that. So I've got an iOS profile, and in here I've set some settings around what I want the experience to be. I'm going to use my VPP token here. So I make sure that I use that. That means I can actually push down those VPP apps. I must have the company portal pushed out to the device as a prereq of that. So I make sure that happens. Otherwise, it doesn't work. I'm going to push this into supervised mode. These are corporate devices. I want them to be supervised. And that gives me some more options for configuration of profiles, etc. in the console. And then some more bits around device naming, etc. Okay. So I just want to wrap up. I'm conscious of time here. The Samsung Knox portal and the Google Zero Touch, they'll be your methods for corporate enrollment of Android devices. But you're going to have to work with those providers there and your resellers to get things on board. I want to just quickly focus on QR code though for Android, because with unlike iOS corporate enrollment, where I'm stuck with the business manager or kind of this MacBook app, with the Android, I have a bit more flexibility. If you want to try this yourselves, you can enroll your Android devices as corporate using a QR code. So let me go in here and show you under Android enrollment. The prereq would be that I would have to first up, I would have to, as a prereq, similar to, one moment, I'm just getting lost in Windows. Yeah, a prereq, as with Apple, where your prereq is the push certificate. The prereq here would be for linking Google Play with your tenant. So if I go into there, I would have to go and set that up and link it to here. Once that's all done, this would light up my enrollment profiles, and I have a choice of profiles. So going back to this slide, you can see there's quite a few to choose from. And Android Enterprise Fully Managed. So this is this scenario where the company manages completely the whole device and everything on it. Android Dedicated, that's this one here, which is basically a kiosk type scenario. Or I could have Android Enterprise corporately owned with a work profile. It's quite a mouthful, which is effectively you've got this kind of scenario, which is it's a corporate device, but we only really care about this kind of work profile section, and the rest of it I don't really care that much what the user does, but I want to manage that corporate data, as Ernest talked about earlier, keeping that bubble of managed apps where corporate data is secure and managed. As I say, once that's linked in and synchronized, these will light up and you better click into those and use them. So I'm going to use corporately owned devices with work profile. There we go. And if I go into, I've got a profile here. Now, if I click on that, you'll see there's a token section. So this is a QR code. So when a user comes with their device, and this needs to be corporately owned, really I want to use the Samsung Knox or the Google portal. And I would, in the Samsung Knox, for example, I would put this token set of characters into the Samsung Knox profile, and it would be aware of this, and it would then enroll it over the air with no interaction from the user at all. But if I'm kind of playing with this as an admin, I could say, okay, I'm going to give the device to myself. And when I turn it on, I'll tap the device 5 times. It will download a QR code reader. I can then scan that QR code, and then it will go, okay, this is going to deploy this corporately owned profile, with the work profile element. There's a again, if you go into the other profiles, there's a corporate ones, there's another separate QR code for them to scan. If I was to use this method for the users, well, there's a reliance on them to tap 5 times. They may not do that. You can't force them to do that, and that's where the Samsung Knox or the Google portal would work well. If they didn't tap 5 times, they'd just go on and use the phone as a personal phone and may never ever enroll it. And that's really it for corporate enrollments. That gives you lots to chew over. Hopefully there's lots of different options there. It can get confusing here, and what do these things all mean? There's lots of choices available, but really the key thing for you is to work, I think, whichever solution, whichever platform, sorry, you're managing, be it Windows, iOS, and Android, Mac OS even, is to really work with a reseller to help you get your devices into these portals, so you can then click the buttons within each to kind of set up the configuration of them. Okay, I'm not sure if we're going to be sharing out slides, etc. Hopefully we are. I mean, I can share these out to everyone, but there are various links there worth taking a look at to get you up and running. And there we go. That's my session, or our session, completed. So Ernest, are you there?
Okay. Yes, I'm in here. Thank you for that very interactive section. The hands-on is great. I think if time permits us, we would want to have that cloud attachment after Peter. So Peter, sorry for keeping you wait. Peter, please, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Let me introduce Peter. Peter has been with us, last year, or was it this year? He shared some insights about career, and we were really happy to have that kind of insight. And Peter, we thank you very much again for joining us. Today being our day, our summit day, we are more than honored to welcome one of our own Peter Sapon joining us. And his section is going to be amazing, because when I look at the title, when I look at the title, I get amazed. So it's a new age of digital transformation in Africa. So just to wrap up what we did, if you had any questions on the sections that was presented earlier, because of time, you can just put it in the chat. So Paul and I will still be around, and then we can answer it. So this our next session is going to be great. You should stay tuned. So Peter, let me not talk much. I would like to hand over the platform to you. So take over, please, Peter.
Well, thank you, Ernest, and to everyone here in this community for having me here again. So it's fun, and as you mentioned, it's just it's a feel of just being back home again. Just even though it's virtually, but it still feels like being home, and so I'm really excited about this section. And so just want to take a moment here to introduce myself again for those who may not know me. So I'm just going to share a slide here real quick. Please let me know when you see my screen.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, I can see okay, we can see it.
Okay, awesome. So let's do this here. So just to kind of get started there, the name is Peter Sapon, originally from Ghana. Now living here in the US, and I'm a support engineer with Azure Marketplace at Microsoft. So just a little background there with Azure Marketplace. If you don't know that, it's just like the Google and Apple Store, the platform where Microsoft has or ISVs that are publishing the applications. So we can help them with onboarding. We can help them strategize with growth. We can help them with everything that they bring on. So we actually have two storefronts there. We have the Azure Marketplace, and we have the Azure App Store. So the Azure Marketplace contains business applications, and the App Stores contains IT solutions. And so that's what it's basically about, and that's my role there. So just going into digital transformation, I believe that's the reason why we are even able to make this possible today, because of the fact that we can connect virtually and we can do this today, is a proof that there is indeed some form of digital transformation happening around the globe, and how we are able to work from home. And we've all seen this, well, witnessed this with the pandemic and everything that's happened, and how it's transformed and changed the way we do businesses. It's transformed the way we do work, and it's transformed the way we do everything. Talk about IT, talk about healthcare, talk about businesses, talk about everything that we can think about in the past, how we did things traditionally. It's changed completely. And so it's one of the interesting areas that I think for us as a continent in Africa, we also need to strategize ourselves and how we can embrace this digital transformation. And I think that there's just been quite a few countries in Africa that's actually doing great, and this pandemic has come to reveal that in somehow many African countries reacted quickly and effectively to mitigate the health and economic risk that posed by COVID-19, and we've seen examples even in Ghana and Rwanda and a few other African countries that embrace this, and with the help of IT and digital transformation, I think that has been a really, really, really good thing. So let me go on here. Talk about the next one. So you can see digital transformation. And so what is digital transformation? Just simply defining that digital transformation has been defined as the process of integrating digital technology into different areas of a business. So first of all, let's think of business. And I want you to receive this presentation with a very open mind, and to start just really trigger some thoughts, and to start thinking how this is going to help the continent, and how this is going to help you and I, because I believe that there are lots and lots of opportunities for us as the continent of Africa embraces fully digital transformation, and some of the opportunities that's going to open up for us, people in IT, and how we going to use that to transform our nations and our personal lives as well. So just start thinking of around some of the things, and just maybe some ideas that you can come up with after this section, as I have quite a list of things that I'm gonna be going through here. So just let that sink in there, and have some open mindset about it. And I'm sure at the end of the day, we might all be able to come up with things and ideas and strategies that can help all of us. So first of all, for businesses, which fundamentally changes how a business operates and delivers value to its customers. So customers here, and in some scenarios, you and I are customers. We get to benefit from what digital transformation it's changing how businesses are delivering goods and services to us as end customers, and also sometimes we get to be the business that's delivering services to end customers as well. So whichever way I want us to look at it from that angle, that digital transformation is just a process of integrating digital technology into different areas of businesses, fundamentally changes how a business operates and delivers value to customers. Now, over the last couple of years, there's just been a lot that's happened within the area of digitalization, app modernization, and a whole lot that has happened here at Microsoft. Just let me, I think Paul did a really great job. And as I sat back here watching you do all the demo, and it just kept going through my mind again about how cloud computing is changing the way we do business, how cloud computing is changing our lives today. And I think about how this has come to help even in the area of healthcare. How we deliver services in healthcare has changed tremendously, and it's a very good sign for us to know that digital transformation it's really here to stay, and the future of IT, looking into cloud computing, is huge, and that opens a big door of opportunities for a lot of people. And thinking about the continent of Africa as being a place that has not, because it's just a fraction. It's just that what we're seeing today is just a tip of the iceberg. It's just a scratch on the surface. We haven't yet tapped into the opportunities when it comes to modernization, digital transformation, and how that can really help the continent. And so I just want to give a few examples here and why Africa needs to embrace digital transformation. And so as we know, innovation begins with transformation, and transformation is where we need to be. We need to be transformed from the traditional way of doing things. It's just subtly enough to even think of data centers around the world with Microsoft, and in different parts of the world, different continents, and having a data center in Africa, in South Africa, and yet we don't see a lot of impact when it comes to the idea of embracing cloud migration, the idea of doing business different, because there is this mindset of what we are used to, what we know, and we just want to stick to that. And I would say that it's not just in Africa, but it's just quite a lot there. Over here in the West, we see that in my previous role, I worked on the front lines with customers and how to strategize their businesses and help them migrate over to the cloud. And some of the setbacks or the pushbacks were always, well, we don't know the cloud. We don't know how that looks like. We don't know how things are going to look like in terms of security, in terms of access to data, in terms of how efficient that is going to be, because we are all stuck or used to what we do traditionally. And over the period of time, we get really familiar with systems and processes that way. And so we don't want any change, or we don't want to embrace new things. So transformation, and we've seen this in other sectors of our economies in Africa, even transportation, agriculture, farming, and all these. There need to be some sort of or some kind of transformation that's going to help us to innovate. Because innovation is what's driving or is what's changing the landscape of how we do everything right now. And so if we really gonna bring ourselves to a first world class scenario, I think that we really need to embrace digital transformation. That's gonna help push or going to help us deliver or step into the arena of innovation. And just some numbers. I know that, well, for me, numbers really excite me. I don't know about any of you, but I'm sure a lot of us here gets excited when we see numbers or when we see figures. That kind of motivates us a bit. So here, the slide here, we can see spending on digital transformation, technologies and services worldwide from 2017, and this is going up to 2024. And these numbers that you are seeing is in trillion US dollars. So we can see from way down from 2017 is 0.96, and then 2018, 2019, now 2020, between 2020, 2021, as we are right now where we are, we're looking between 1.31, 1.58-ish trillion dollars that's in spending in digital transformation. And I think this is where we ask ourselves, how much of that money is being poured into Africa? How much of that money are we seeing? And I think this is where we need to kind of open our minds, and we need to look into how digital transformation is really gonna change how we do things in Africa. So I'm just gonna leave this one right there, and I'm just gonna go into talk about a couple of things as you just hold on to that slide just to give you a little bit of more motivation there. Now, on a recent research, a couple of friends and myself that we did looking into how we can get ourselves to speed in terms of digital transformation, in terms of what we can do, in terms of even app modernization, building some apps, bringing them over, publishing them at Azure Marketplace, co-selling with Microsoft, and actually really just bringing people, creating employment. And I've been in touch with a number of guys. I've got two friends in Nigeria that we've talked about this project. I've got a few in Ghana that we've talked about this, and in our conversations back and forth, we noticed just one big roadblock for us in Africa. As you may know, or as you may even think, that every person that lives in one of the major cities in Africa actually owns or carries a mobile phone, and that has come to help. For example, in Ghana we have MTN, and I believe that every person that owns a phone that's on MTN to some capacity or some degree has access to the internet. And so almost every one in that area is somehow in the cloud, because that's we think of data, we think of how we access Facebook, we think of how we use WhatsApp as a chat platform, we think of how we use Teams here for communication and other communication platforms that we use. And so yes, we are all somehow in the cloud. We are all somehow embracing digital transformation. We are all somehow dipping our foot into that mud there. I want to give an example here. So person-to-person mobile money transfers in Rwanda, they said, the research said, increased fourfold during the first month of lockdown from mid-March to mid-April 2020. Mobile to mobile, and we've seen this also transform the way we do banking in Africa, around the world, and even in Ghana. I would say again, there is a platform where you can use to transfer money from person to person, and all this that is going on. There is also a local business that's also helping in delivering food from restaurants, as people can get into an app and order food from any restaurant of their choosing, and get a delivery service. Just go there, pick it up, and deliver it to the person. All of this is happening because there is some sort of digital transformation happening there, because we're doing business different. And it wouldn't happen if we were still stuck to our traditional way of doing things. There wouldn't be app creation. There wouldn't be the thought of, let me just log in online somehow into the cloud and order something, or get someone, or pay for services online. You just by a click and money goes out of your bank account and just go to pay your the services that you're paying for. So all these are great, and Rwanda, Ghana, and other countries in Africa, we've seen this happen. I want to talk about contactless payment systems that's happening, and we've seen this shaping the way we do business, thinking around COVID and how to move away or stay away from cash transactions, and how we take money and exchange money and all doing all these things. No, so the idea of digital banking is becoming the future. It's here with us today, and so that is becoming the new normal. And also to slow transmission of coronavirus, there have been numerous things that we've done through digitalization, actually, that has also come to help. For example, in Burkina Faso, there is a remote mobile app called Diagnose Me that people are using to check COVID-19, and there are a lot more also in Nigeria. And education ministries in at least 27 African countries has set up e-learning platform for students that are affected by school closures during the peak of the pandemic. And we've seen this happen not just on the continent of Africa, everywhere. So going back to that slide, and letting or allowing these figures sink in here, and looking at how we as Africans on the continent, how we can use this to open up our economies, to help grow our GDPs, to help grow our businesses, and to embrace what the rest of the world is doing, especially in the area of job creation. So thinking about job creation, it was also noted that entrepreneur and tech-savvy Africans were devising digital responses to continents' evolving needs well before the pandemic, which I've said we saw that in digital banking. And we have also refined business models in many sectors, from finance to e-commerce, agriculture, education, health, and that's established over 640 active tech hubs across the region. And so just thinking about e-commerce as well, and how digital transformation can help. I lived in China between 2006 to 2016. That was a period of 10 years, and I've seen a lot of or I witnessed the birth and transformation that happened in the face of technology. I was in China when WeChat was born or was birthed, and I've seen how Alibaba and Taobao, AliExpress, and using that platform in e-commerce, and how that has transformed and changed the way e-commerce works, or how that is generating tons and tons of money into the economy, and how that's make end customers' lives easier because of app creation, app modernization, and how we can just sit back at home, just get on your AliExpress app or Alibaba or Taobao app and just order a few things from different shops, and how all of that is consolidated, shipped over to your front door. It's just amazing. I've seen how we've moved quickly from 3G to 5G. I've seen how this is transforming the way we do businesses and everything. And so for us sitting here in economies or in the part of the world where it's easier to embrace some of these things, and some of the other things that also impedes the rush or the growth of digital transformation. I'll get into that in a bit here. As also being the access to good and stable internet in Africa. But really, e-commerce is one of the biggest areas that I could easily see transforming the markets in Africa and helping us grow in terms of job creation, in terms of growing our GDPs there as well. But all these extensive entrepreneurial resources and the opportunities created by this global digital revolution will not be enough to fuel the economic transformation that is envisaged by the African Union's agenda, which they have, which is from now to the year 2063. That's a very long time from here, but as we look at how things transform or change daily. Like I said, I was there when WeChat was birthed, and before that, there was an app also by Tencent company, which by the way today is listed and is growing, and it's just amazing to see how they moved from this app called QQ app for chatting, for QQ app for music. They had a music platform, and now going to WeChat. And I still remember when WeChat was launched, and overnight there were over 130 million Chinese alone people that had downloaded the app on their phone. And now it's almost like every household has this app on their phone, because that's the main app chat platform in China. And so it's just interesting how certain continents or certain nations move so quickly, and how other areas or other parts of the world are not experiencing the same acceleration. And I think it's mainly because of some things. So Africa Union's agenda for 2026, in particular, in looking into the magnitude of Africa's job creation challenge, is such that isolated success stories cannot substantially improve the numbers that we are looking, the acceleration that we want to see happen on the continent through digital transformation and some of these things. And so all these agendas are great, and how to help eliminate some of the roadblocks that we have in helping us to get there. For example, thinking just for the access of internet in some remote areas in Africa is a huge roadblock for us in embracing digital transformation. I worked with a company that has a subsidiary company in Africa, and one of the challenges that they have is just the stable internet, and how that is not helping them, to digitalize, or even thinking of migrating to the cloud, and how that can help with their businesses. And for some of you who are already in tune into the world of cloud computing, and how just even looking at Ghana, or using Ghana as an example, about 60% businesses are still used to the old school way of using Office applications. We still just want to have, or maybe get a cracked application, install it, and never have to worry about updates, or never have to worry about losing some data or at some point, because we cannot embrace the cloud. We cannot migrate to Office 365 cloud, because the internet is not even stable. We just cannot do that. I've heard a bit of that as some of the challenges that some of these companies face down there. And so yes, dealing with the problem of internet or internet access, and how we can easily access, or how we can easily connect globally, and how we can easily innovate in terms of how we can embrace digital transformation. Just also another research here said as that the number of Africans aged between 15 to 29 with upper secondary or tertiary education rises from 77 million today to a projected 164 million by 2040. And the demand for more jobs will keep growing. We've seen this, and I'll always use Ghana as an example, because I can't speak for all the African countries, but using Ghana as an example, every year we've seen hundreds and hundreds of students that graduate from tertiary institutions, from our universities, and the numbers keeps growing because it piles up, and there's always that backlog of students or people that are seeking employment that it's not yet met. And so every year, as the number keeps growing, we are seeing that there's a projected number of 164 million by 2024. And if something, or if we don't do something today, or if we don't transform ourselves from the mindset point of view, or from how we do businesses and how we do some of these things, I think this is going to be a problem for us. And as I mentioned again, we've seen that something that works, we can easily replicate that over there on our continent as well. And this has helped shape the West. This is how shaped the way we do businesses. This is how shaped everything. Think about how bullet trains and speed trains in China, how that's transforming lives, and in terms of transportation, and how that used to be back in 2008 during the Beijing Olympics. A train from my city, which was a border town, we bordering with North Korea and Russia on the far end, northeast of China. And trains from that region to Beijing used to be 28 hours, and now it's slashed down to 7 hours. 7 hours, from 28 hours to 7 hours. And all of that is happening because of digital transformation. All of that is happening because of the revolution that's happening in the world of IT, in the world of technology, and how that is transforming a nation, and how that is transforming everything, the way they do everything. And so I think that there is a clear model that works. There is a clear path that has helped a lot of these nations get to where they are today, and it's still helping. And so that's what we need to start looking into. And so for the younger generation, for most of you here in these age groups between 15 to 29 and even beyond, let me take you to maybe under 40. These are we are living in some of these times where we need to start innovating. We need to start thinking around how we can help change the scenario, how we can help tell a different story tomorrow as the world changes, and as we grow with it, so we are not left behind. And so we can see the demand for more jobs will keep growing, and by itself, the digital sector will be of little help. Startups typically create new opportunities, usually for highly qualified innovators, and the solution lies in the widespread dissemination of digital innovation across the economy as a whole. And so as we think around this, I believe some of the questions that we should be asking ourselves is that, how can we move from point A to point B? How can we put up policies in Africa that would embrace digital transformation? How can we change the narrative in Africa? And thinking around job creation, triggering large-scale job creation in Africa, therefore requires policies from all stakeholders, African leaders, and especially those in the digital world. And I think that's going to start with you and I. How can we use some of these things that or this knowledge that we've acquired? How can we pass on some of these information that we have? How can we use the technology that other places are using, other continents and other countries are using to help transform our economies? How can we innovate? How can we think more digitalized, and how can we bring ourselves to that world, first class world scenario? And so I want to go on here with just strategies here, digitalization strategies, putting that in place, and tending to focus on some of the areas that we could easily change. Like I said, we're already doing great in our banking sectors. We can do more. we've seen how this has been said over the years, how Africa should or must be the continent that should be feeding the world. Why are we still in so much lack, even when it comes to processing of food and agriculture and all these things, whilst we have the richest of climates and everything? And so I guess the problem again is because we are not innovating enough. And the reason why we are not innovating enough is also because we are not transforming ourselves. We are stuck with the old school way of doing things. And trust me that digital transformation is going to go a long way in our agriculture sector if we should embrace that to help us. And that's going to change the economy tremendously as well. And so that's really one big piece of the puzzle that we need to start thinking around. How can we innovate in terms of agriculture, how we do farming? How can we change the way the climate of farming in Africa by using technology? How can we do farming different from the traditional way of doing things? I saw a short video on YouTube one time where, because of cloud computing and how that's made our lives easier, and how that's made the world of IT changed in like overnight. So there was a piece of equipment, I believe it was a John Deere tractor or a planter or something like that, and this was somewhere way over in Mexico, and someone was operating the equipment, the machine, from Germany. And you might think of it in like, well, this could have never been possible if we were still stuck in 20 let's go all the way back to maybe 1960. That this would have never been possible, but this is 2021, and all these things are possible. That's changing the way people are farming and doing agriculture because of this digital transformation. Because of that, we are integrating some of these processes into how we do things, and it's changing how these farmers are doing. There are other applications that are able to tell and to help, and you even with soil types and how we can help with the kind of fertilizers that can help improve the texture and how we can plant, and how we can do, or even with harvesting and all these things. All of this is becoming possible. All of this is being accelerated through digital transformation, and how we've seen that transformed many economies. So first, policymakers in Africa must push, or somehow get our policymakers to promote digital innovation to everyone, not just to those living in large cities, as we've seen this becoming a problem again. Let me use Ghana as an example. Almost everyone living in a major city in Ghana somehow have access to the internet, but it's not the same in the other parts of the country, which is a very sad story, because the cities are not the ones doing the farming. The cities are not the ones doing most of the things that we see in the long run that helps grow our economies. They are all in the other parts of the country, and that's where we see the lack of innovation happening. And so, yeah, although 73% of Africans will be living in intermediary cities and rural areas by 2040. Today, only 35% of those cities are within 10 kilometers. That's 6.2 miles of a high-speed terrestrial fiber optic network, which is a problem, because If I cannot access internet from where I sit today, it will be really almost impossible for us to be here, for us to interact this way. And I believe that once the dynamics of how we are sending these things to Africa and to some of these rural areas changes, I think we are gonna see a tremendous change in how we do business as well. And so we've seen likewise all the 25% of the continent's rural dwellers have internet access compared with 35% in Asia and 40% in Latin America. And universal access to digital technologies also requires more affordable data across the board. Currently, only 17% of Africa's population can afford 1 gigabyte of data each month. I was in Ghana for 10 days in 2014, and I was actually amazed, not in a very nice way, but I was quite shocked to see how expensive it is to buy data in Africa, to have internet on your phone. I believe the MTN has something they called bundle, and I guess I would forget that I was not here in the States, and so I would just get on my internet. I would just try to browse, and before I knew, everything would be gone, and I had to go buy credit again. Sometimes around midnight, I would get someone to drive me down to maybe some place, a convenience store that I could top up my credit so I could get onto the internet. And it's so expensive and inconvenient with how it runs out really fast. And so we've seen in other researches recently that internet in the West is very almost like 10 times cheaper than what it is, or what my brothers and sisters are paying down there in Africa. And so you might even think that, well, it should be much cheaper in Africa than it is here in the West. I'm thinking about the dollar and other currencies as well, but it's not the case. It's actually the opposite. And so that is a very good example for us to see why there is a slowness, or why we're not seeing acceleration in terms of digital transformation there, because not everyone can afford, even the big companies in Africa that could afford stable internet, sometimes also do find themselves in this problem as well. So like I said, only 17% of Africa's population can afford 1 gigabyte of data each month, compared with 37% in Latin America and the Caribbean, and 47% in Asia, which these numbers are quite far fetched from each other. And I think that there needs to be a close in the gap. We need to come to that place if we really want to see this happen, not in the not too distant future. Something needs to be done on that front as well. And also, a second priority is to prepare Africa's workforce to embrace digital transformation, as I've been talking about this, just the idea of preparing ourselves to embrace that, because some 45% of young people believe their skills are inadequate for their jobs. And on current trends, self-employed and contributing family workers will account for 65% of the region's total employment by 2040, compared to 68% in 2020. And we've seen the emergence of new forms of work in digital economy will drive much of this growth and calls for a solid regulatory framework and social protection schemes for all. So we're thinking around these things and how that is going to shape or change how work is done, how fast we can get through things. And that's all going to happen when we get that mindset to transform ourselves. That's when innovation is going to kick in. That's when innovation is going to come. And so think about many schools in Africa right now. Think about many even tertiary institutions. I have a cousin that's in one of the universities in Ghana right now, and we've talked about this. And sometimes you'd be like, oh yeah, you go to the computer lab, and sometimes you can't even access the internet, or there is just that idea of that's just too many people trying to get into the place, trying to use these places at the same time, and so there's not enough room for everyone. And all of this is a problem that we've seen. Now, that could also be a deterrent to a lot of people, especially those living in rural areas, because it doesn't put any good taste in their mouth. It doesn't give them any exposure, or it doesn't give them any drive to want to embrace the idea of transformation. So I think it has to be stuff from top to bottom, or thinking how our governments or how we can put policies in place that can help us. And fortunately for many of us here, people that are already into IT, into the world of technology, that have embraced this, that have jobs around IT or in this world, I believe that you have seen the tremendous benefits of how this is helping you do your job every day, how this is helping you shape the way you do business every day, and how this is helping you connect with the rest of the world, how this is helping you innovate, how this is helping you build systems and applications, and that's going to help. And so I want us to think more around some of these things, and how we can come up with strategies in our own small way, how we can help our governments to see this. So I want to talk about the third thing here. That the government in Africa need to help African startups as well, as small and medium-sized enterprises adopt the most effective digital tools to compete and innovate in this digital era. And so again, it points back to the top, and it points back to our policymakers trying to help a lot of startups in Africa. I know in Ghana alone, there are quite a lot of IT startups in Ghana that could need a lot of these help in helping in modernization, in innovation. And so that in putting the right tools in the hands of the right people that can help drive this change, so we can compete with our colleagues or our counterparts in the other parts of the world. And so in Africa, normal sector have a website compared with 39% in Asia and 48% in Latin America and the Caribbean. Only 17% of Africa's early stage entrepreneurs expect to create at least 6 jobs, the lowest percentage of any region, which is not good, not so great. So what must we do? Again, policymakers must coordinate at the regional and continental levels. National digitalization strategies cannot work in silos, and so we need to integrate the continent's minds that can help drive some of these things. And also in the African continental free trade area that has called for a lot of these corporations in the past. I think that integrating and bringing people together and helping see the same vision, policymakers backing these things and helping making that a reality. And for folks like us who are already here, who have seen at firsthand how this could transform our economies, how this could transform the way we do business, how this could help us build our GPDs, I think we need to be more vocal. We need to put our voices out there. We need to do more. We need to transform ourselves. We need to start innovating. We need to use just the little tools that we have in place right now to help us do some of these things. And one great opportunity I want to end with or go into that will be looking into areas like like how Microsoft is even helping shape or drive some of these things. And as many of you might know this already or may not know, there is a program here at Microsoft called Microsoft for Startups, and it used to be Microsoft business tool startup program, which were providing funding for startups. Now, since 2019, November of 2019, they changed that to Microsoft for Startups um, from the previous name. And so what that basically is that for innovators, for ISVs, for developers who are starting their own small companies or startups can come bring their innovation and let Microsoft evaluate how you are doing things, and they help in providing funding for some of the projects that you want to work on. And so I worked with customers in the past where some of them were awarded up to $120,000 to help with their innovation. And not too long ago, I was in touch with the gentleman that is overseeing that of Africa, Microsoft for Startups. And so some questions that came up, just trying to dig into it and knowing that it's not just a program for the US or for the West, it's also open up for Africa as well. And so I think these are some of the things that we can easily take advantage of, and to start looking into some of these people coming together, having our startups and bringing that over to Microsoft and going through the application and getting these fundings to help us to innovate, and having the bigger picture of, okay, where do we go from innovation? Well, there is the marketplace here at Microsoft where you can bring your application, where you can co-sell with Microsoft, or where you can even just take advantage of the platform, which Microsoft helps you to sell in 140 countries without you having to worry about how you're going to do taxes in different countries, and how you're going to do exchanges and all that. Microsoft kind of takes care of all of that. That's what I do daily, helping customers on board to the marketplace, helping them set up their tax forms and all of this. And so that's a really great advantage, opportunity for some of you here who are thinking around startups and like, how are we going to get the funding? Microsoft is in here to help with that. There's just a few things, criteria, things that you need to go through, and once you are approved, you have the monies sitting there. Some of them comes in funding in Azure resources that can help you to go build or go develop your application. And so thinking about how for us we can innovate, and how we can use these innovations to help our continent in Africa, how we can help transform or digitalize the whole continent, or how we can help embrace this transformation, how we can help plug ourselves into the acceleration that all of this is bringing to the world, and how we can help create worth as well. We need to start thinking about some of this. That's why I said that this is going to be more of like an informational thing, but I want you to just have an open mindset. I want you to start thinking around some of these things, thinking around the box. How can I, as an individual, be more creative in using technology? How can I be more creative in strategizing myself, integrating myself into what's already in the pipeline, or what's already working for other people in other places, and how I can help that, or how I can replicate that here as well. And like I said, it's not just Microsoft. There are other angel donors or other companies that are helping a lot of these startups, and I happen to have worked with quite a few of them in the past. And so that there will be just some information or just a few contests that I can provide that can just help start you off with, point you in the right direction. Where do I go from here? How can we do? Because I believe that once we start in our own small way, once we start doing things in our own parts, we can help bring this to the bigger environments and help paint a different picture and tell a different story tomorrow. So that's all I have for you today. If you have any questions, I always like to kind of make this more interactive and kind of make it more a section where we can talk.
Wow. Awesome. Awesome. I mean, it's been great. The transformation. I know viewers out there have really enjoyed the ride. I mean, from smart cities, from smart apps to smart farming and all those kind of analysis. I mean, I got scared at some of them, though, I must say. I was like, hey, when are we going to get there? Because when you see the diagram, it looks a little bit worrying. I mean, we have to really speed up as a continent, especially Ghana. I think we really have to speed up. So, attendees, do you have any questions for Peter? I mean, it's been awesome section, and we can't wait to really digress your slides into details, because it really has some cool stuff in there. And attendees, do you have any questions that you would want to ask Peter? So I want to know personally, from me. So what aside, I mean, the transition. I mean, I don't know in a word, maybe how will you describe the states, especially Ghana, the state in which we are? Where will you put us? I mean, in terms of the digital transformation, are we really status, or are we kind of halfway through? Because I know definitely we are not there at that highest level where we have, I mean, optimized this advantage of digital transformation. But I really want to get that perspective. Are we really status, or we are kind of middle tier country as things stands now?
Yeah, I would like to say that every Ghanaian that owns a mobile phone would like to think that they are in the cloud somehow, which is true. And we don't see quite a ton of that with our industries or with our companies. And so I would like to say that we haven't even started yet. A lot of IT guys that I speak to and trying to gather information and trying to find out how well we are doing on these fronts will tell you the same thing. You know, if you go to banks and you go to other places and they'll tell you, oh, well, we have our own data center. We're not looking to migrate to any public cloud. We're not looking to do any of that. And we all know the dangers that comes with that, you know, because you can lose everything within a day. And it's a no-brainer to really think about how I can have my data replicated in different regions, just in case that something happens today. It's just by a second, I can fall on, we call that disaster recovery. I can fall onto the next data center and I can have my data rightly available for me here. Think about, you know, how all these cyber crime is happening a lot these days, and think about how these hackers are getting aggressive and innovative daily. And you know that your on-prem will probably not be the best option, as we've seen. And the other problem too is traditional IT managers, or I would say that traditional IT tech guys with some of these companies, because the fear of losing my job if we move to the cloud for some of these guys are there for them, which is, I mean, an honest fear. I don't want to lose my job if we go that direction. The other thing is because we don't have enough training in equipping some of these persons or people as well. And so it's also the fear of the unknown. How do I step into any waters that I don't know? and not maybe get my foot bit off by a shark or a crocodile or something. We don't want to step into the unknown, and that's because we are not fully equipped, we are not trained, and so people are not looking to embrace that. And so we would rather stick to what we know. We would rather do what we do best and just have it like that. And so some of these guys that needs to be making some of the right decisions for the company, bringing in the stakeholders and telling them, hey, I think this is the way to go. This is the path to go. Some of them are not looking to embrace that. One, for fear of losing their job, for fear of the unknown. And so they're not going to drive the company down that path. They will keep advising them. It's great to just be here where we are. And so I think that's where we are, and that's how some of these companies are not looking to embrace. And so we are barely starting there, I think.
Okay, so there's a second question I'm receiving, and it's saying that, I mean, when we look at the continent as a whole, where can we really find case study in terms of countries that are in Africa? Maybe if we could find, let's say, South Africa or elsewhere, I mean, employing these digital transformation technologies to their economy, we could easily learn from. So he wants to know that is there any case study or a country who is leveraging, which is leveraging on these digital transformation in Africa, so it becomes kind of a case study for the other African countries to really learn from. Do you have any idea?
Yes, let me use South Africa, since South Africa is the only country in Africa that is housing a data center. And so let me use South Africa and how that's helped transform the economy. And when I say transforming the economy, I'm talking about job creation. There are a lot of American companies that are moving down there because of the opportunities they see in growth in that, because there is that open door in terms of digital transformation. And so not too long ago, there is a partner, Microsoft partner by the name Hansen Group. Hansen Group is one of the biggest Microsoft partners here in the US, and they're growing across the globe. And so Hansen was here in town, was here at our campus here in Fargo. And I got to meet with him, and he was intrigued because I'm from Africa, and he started asking me some of the challenges they've had setting up their office in South Africa, and I was quite surprised. I'm like, you are in Africa right now? He's like, yes, we just opened an office in Johannesburg. I'm like, why Africa? Why South Africa, not Ghana? I was just being biased there. So I'm like, why South Africa, not Ghana? He's like, well, first of all, I don't know anyone in Ghana that we could use as a point of contact. So if you want to be that guy, that would be great. I'm like, well, you're not going to pull me away from Microsoft. That's not going to happen. But I can, put you in touch with some guys down there that could, help with all of that. But he says something to, which is what I mentioned earlier. He just went like, yeah, because we just know that South Africa is really at the forefront. And how is that like the idea? Now let's look at paved roads in Africa. There are only 47% paved roads in Africa. 47%. So there is a huge infrastructure gap in between there that we need to fill. Now, 30% of that 47% is in one country alone, which is South Africa. 30% of that 47 paved roads in Africa is in South Africa alone. And so it's just a no-brainer if anyone is looking to invest in terms of technology or anyone. First of all, there is a data center in South Africa. Second, well, the infrastructures there can help with some things like logistically. And so it's just there. It's just there for you to see, well, where do I want to go first? I want to go there first, And so the idea of challenges like how are we gonna do business, how are we gonna set up internet, broadband, internet, fiber optics, and all these things are just completely wiped out for a lot of these, because there are already the economy is already attracting some of these companies to be down there, because they know that, well, we have a data center that we can house some of these data, massive data, that we will be bringing down there, or we will be building up with time. And so it's just a clear path that is easy to see.
That is pretty awesome. I mean, sometimes when I look at the data, I get scared. Like the analysis you just dropped is very troubling. That only one country has that huge, I mean, percentage. I would like to say it's been an amazing presentation, and on behalf of the community, I would like to say a big thank you for spending your weekend with us. It's been an amazing journey. And like we say, Yama Ayuko, I mean, it's all nice. Ayuko, Peter, okay, so next year we hope that COVID will really allow us, and so that
yes, you can. I'll be in Ghana between June and July of next year. So yeah, definitely we will get to meet in person.
Sure. We look forward to that. We really look forward to that. So thank you very much, attendees. If you have any questions, Peter, can you show your handles so that people can reach you if they want to question you?
Yes, absolutely. So on the Instagram, oh, sorry, not Instagram, on LinkedIn, it's Peter Sapon, and it's the same for Facebook as well. Facebook and LinkedIn, they are all the same. It's Peter Sapon. So just type in my name, you can see me. I'm a very tall person. No, not really. Very opposite to that. So.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much for sharing your time with us. We appreciate it very much.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Yes. So we move to the next section, actually, and it's kind of our birthday. So we have bonus from Paul. Paul is going to share with us some bonus section, which will be on cloud attachment. This comes out of the love for the community that Paul has for us. We here in Ghana. So Paul, if you can hear me.
Howdy.
Yes. Okay, so the platform is yours.
Okay, let me set up. So hi again, everyone. You haven't got rid of me yet. I'm back for more.
Sure, we love more. We love to hear more.
I've done a costume change as well, like a rock star, yeah.
You are a rock star. You know, FPPs are rock stars. So,
I
mean, yes.
Give me a moment here to share the right thing. That's the wrong screen.
Okay.
Oh, schoolboy problem. Here we go. Right. Okay. Cool.
Okay. Good. Awesome.
Looking good. Okay. Yeah. Thanks again, Ernest, and really interesting session there from Peter. I really enjoyed that, and some interesting comments and conversations there. So this is going to be more of a deep dive, really, to give you some facts and information around what Microsoft call cloud attach. Okay. Now I've been doing a series of blogs with a friend of mine, an MVP in the community called Niall Brady, who runs a website called Windows Noob. And we did a series on cloud attach, which is effectively, if you use Config Manager, Microsoft Endpoint Manager, Configuration Manager, how you can start to take advantage of some of that cloud goodness. There's three elements to it. The first element, actually, Cloud Management Gateway, isn't strictly part of Cloud Attach, but we wanted to talk about that anyway. So I've included it in this session as well. There's also co-management and tenant attach, which are the real Cloud Attach elements. So I briefly mentioned co-management before, and that's, as I said before, a bridge towards moving from on-premise to cloud, or which you then get rid of the bridge and move to the cloud, or you can keep that bridge there and have the best of both worlds, where you're managing cloud resources and on-premises resource. Then finally is tenant attach. And what that is actually connecting your configuration manager instance to the cloud, and you'll see things in the Microsoft Endpoint Manager portal and be able to do things there. So we'll take a look at all of these over the next sort of 50 minutes or so. You know all about me from previously, but if anyone's watching this separately, just a quick intro. I'm an MEM consultant at my own company, SCCM Solutions, where I work with different businesses in implementation, troubleshooting, all that kind of stuff around Config Manager, Intune, Windows 365, etc. I'm a UK resident. I live in London, originally from the north of England, and I've defected to the south and get lots of criticism for it from people up in the north. I've got 25 years of IT experience, and the last sort of 12, 13 years has been really focused in on the SCCM world and endpoint management. The blog there, SCCM Mentor, and Twitter, if you want to follow me there, that's at SCCM Mentor. And as I said before, only one M there. It's putting the SCCM and the Mentor words together. Okay, so Cloud Management Gateway is the first part that I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to be doing a lot of running through in the console here as well, and I'm hoping that my connection to my lab is going to be stable. We'll see how that goes along the way. Otherwise, you'll just hear me rambling constantly with no point of reference. We shall see. So if you have on Configuration Manager, one of the challenges has been managing devices that are out on the internet. This is where the Cloud Management Gateway comes into play. So prior to the CMG, we would use internet-facing roles in SCCM to manage those internet clients. That could be a challenge. It would require you to forward face your SCCM environment and introduce an element of security and risk with that process. So the Cloud Management Gateway makes it really, really simple in comparison. So you don't have to forward face those roles. Your CMG is an Azure service, and it's going to sit in Azure and effectively act as a proxy between those devices and your internal setup. You can use it also, though, in conjunction with what's called a cloud distribution point, or a CDP, which is, you just basically tick a box as you run through the wizard to enable that, which is Azure Blob Storage, that you can start to put some of your content onto, such as applications, packages, etc., and you can push those out to those devices on the internet. As I say, it's a cloud service. It consists of that, so you have to configure that when you set it all up, and a connection point. So that's a role within Configuration Manager that you have to stand up, that acts as a kind of the thing that talks between the on-premise and the CMG. But a key point to this is that you have to run your config manager's services securely. So this would require you to stand up either PKI internally, or you can tap into something called Enhanced HTTP or EHTTP. That's simpler to implement, so it's just kind of a tick box really to set that up. But the downside there is it's not as secure as an internal PKI. configuration. So there's no trust. These are self-signed certs in effect. The key thing around that may be, okay, you may go, there's some complexity here around setting up PKI. We don't know anything about certificate services. That's where the HTTP will come in handy for you. But the Microsoft product group announced a while back that if you are running Configuration Manager, your site will need to be HTTPS and secure from I think it's around October next year. So you've got about a year to kind of plan that. So if you are starting to think about CMG, now is a good time. As I say, it's around managing your Windows 10 clients. Okay, so that's the support level on that. You're not going to be using CMG for any of your older OS. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to demo that. So here we go. Hopefully, some of you might be familiar with SCCM and the console. If not, this is it. But ultimately, this has been around now for coming up to 10 years. So this is the current branch model of SCCM. I keep calling it SCCM. It's actually been rebranded to Endpoint Manager, Configuration Manager. But this was introduced with the version 2012 release, which then became current branch. You had to kind of upgrade to current branch. It's as a service model, so we get new versions of Configuration Manager every 4 months, so 3 a year. There are some prereqs, just to shout this out actually. So there are some web apps that need creating prior to that, for you creating your CMG. You'll also have to do some work around DNS. So just to kind of shout that out first, the first thing to do in your Azure would be to search for an availability of a name. Okay, so we can do that here under Cloud Services. If we do a quick search for Cloud Services, just click Create here. You're not actually going to create anything, but you're going to search for an availability of a DNS name. So it's used to use cloudapp.net. I'm not going to get too in depth on this, but that's kind of changed. But I can still search for this here. And I can go, okay, so I maybe want to use a DNS name CMG. Okay, so this tells me, well, that DNS name must be available. So I've got to find something that is available and that's unique. So I could go crazy with this and do something like that, and that's unique. So I can use this. This is the name that will be created effectively when you create the CMG role. Because this is going to be and this is a Microsoft name, by the way, but because this is going to be something that's presented in externally, I want to create an external address and then map it to this this address here. So I use a CNAME. Now I've created this here in my DNS MEM CMG gateway. I did a search for that. If I did a search there now, it come up as not available because I've got that. And then here's the internal name. I'll note this has changed. Okay, this N bit has changed because Microsoft have recently changed the type of VM that you can create when you do the CMG. It would have been cloudapp.net previously that I pointed it to, but I've updated this. I've changed this CNAME record, but effectively I need to convert from outside to in. Okay. So here is my CMG configured in Config Manager, but I can go into here, right click and create a cloud management gateway, and I'd run through a wizard to set this up. Now, in the background, I would have set up PKI first. I would have created the other thing is an external certificate for that external name. I would have to request as well from somebody, GoDaddy, VeriSign, whoever. And then I would run through this wizard to start to configure this CMG. Here's the choice here. This has been recently introduced, a virtual machine scale set, so I can start to pick some different size virtual machines, or Cloud Service Classic, which is the one where that cloudapp.net address would have been viable. I'll have to authenticate in here as an account with permissions to deploy the service. So I kind of sign in with the GA at this point and pick my subscription, etc. And if I've done my pre-configuration of 0 apps, which I mentioned as a prereq, that would all be populated. But in here, if I go into the properties, the one that's already set up, okay, this is the key area where I start to define what the CMG is. Okay, so as I say, I would have to, if this is my external name, I would have to buy a certificate for this externally. So I would then get a PFX file. Eventually I'd export out a PFX file from my certificate, and then I'd be able to import that into this service. So I'm securing the comms to this CMG. I pick the region where I want the CMG to reside. This is in the US. Okay, so my name is updated here, and that's where I have that C name pointing between external and internal. If I picked a different region, that would update. Now, the clients, as they talk to the CMG, they aren't location aware. So I could have someone in Africa talking across to this. I can't, if I built one in an African region, I couldn't point the devices specifically to that CMG. They might still talk to the one in the US. So placement of these is really probably going to be based around where you're hosting your stuff anyway. I've created one VM, since I've created VM in the cloud. Ideally, you'd create 2 for resilience, and these will cost you, I'm going to do it in pounds here because this is all I know. You're looking at probably about 80–90 pounds really for one VM instance, depending on the size you pick here. So double that up for the 2. Then do some internal certificate configuration here, which is based on my PKI. So for example, I put in my trusted root certificate information, and then whether I want to enforce TLS 1.2, whether I want to do any client revocation checks, for client certificate revocation checks. I'm doing that, but what that means is I would have to stand up an external facing IIS server running certificate revocation list on it. If that becomes too complex for you, as in your business, you've got to ask the question, can we untick that? So you're effectively saying we're not going to check for CRL, which is a security decision. If a certificate's been revoked, you may want to check that that's happened. So ideally here you'd want to kind of set that up. And this is the thing where I've chosen that I'm going to have my CMG function as a cloud distribution point as well. I just tick that box, and that will create a storage area for me, so I can actually distribute my apps, etc., up to that storage, so that when devices come through the CMG and talk to it, they can get content directly from that rather than coming into the internal instance. So when you set that up, it'll go off and attempt to configure, and hopefully by the time it's gone through that process, there's a log you can check on the SCCM. You're hoping that this is going to come as ready and has worked. If there's any problems, then you've got to kind of start digging into that and working out what the issue is. As I mentioned, there's also something called the service connection point, which you need to stand up in Config Manager, and this is a role. So if you're familiar with Config Manager, you'd go into your admin servers and site system role section, and on my SCCM site server or Config Manager site server, I've created this cloud management gateway connection point. Okay, so you just right click on here and add in a new role. If I check the properties of that, all it does is it will pre-populate here based on the fact that I've only got one CMG. If I created more, I'd have this drop down. I could pick and point the particular gateway to that particular CMG up in Azure. And then you're hoping that connection point becomes connected. And again, if I go back to the CMG and connection points, I want this to eventually, once it's studied up, to become connected. Okay, so that's creating that link between my on-premise and my CMG. The other things to note, the prereqs are that because I'm going to be running PKI here, I'd need to go into my roles and configure those for PKI as well. So this would be in Config Manager, you have these things called management points, which are effectively where a device would get policy from. They would need to be set up with PKI to so when the CMG and is kind of talking through to that management point, it can do so in a secure way. You also have to allow that traffic to flow as well. So what I mean by that is if I click into my management point, check the properties on that, I have to allow the CMG traffic to that. So the management point and also your software update point. So that's the thing that the role in Config Manager that will do the work around check your device will check against that for software update compliance, etc. Once you've got everything stood up, you need to kind of just check that that is all good. You can run this connection analyzer, which is kind of a nice little tool. Need to authenticate against that. Just sign in there. And then you can just start this analyzer off. And this will just check to make sure everything's all good. Obviously, we're looking for ticks across the board. Fantastic, that's all worked. If anything kind of throws out a warning or an error, you can click on it there. It'll give you a description, give you an idea, possibly what you need to start looking for. Now, the CMG itself can handle on-premises devices, but it can also handle Azure AD devices as well for authentication, for connection to it, sorry. So you can work with any client configuration that you want. So if you've got a domain joined device, you give it the certificate, etc. That can talk to the CMG. If you have a workgroup computer, so long as you've got a Config Manager client on there and it is secure, you can again talk to the CMG. If you've got an Azure-based object, Azure joined device, such as an autopilot device, you can install the Config Manager client directly from the portal in the MEM portal. You can create a line of business app or a Win32 app. You can give it some extra information that it needs to talk to the gateway, and it can talk to it. And it's great. So you can effectively manage anything out on the internet. When it becomes tricky is if you have devices that are already out on the internet and they need to talk to the CMG. So the caveat is that your devices would need to know about the CMG. And normally that would be, your device would be on the internal network and it will become aware of it. So let me show you. So when it does a location services check, and a CMG exists in your environment, it would then populate information about that on the clients, and the client would know about the CMG. So if it then went off site, it would be able to talk to it. Obviously, if those devices are off site already, that becomes a challenge. And what you have to do is possibly connect them via VPN. That's an option. If they're never going to connect via VPN, well, you could install the Config Manager client, but then it would have to use some authentication method to onboard. There is a way of doing that with something called token authentication, but the problem with installing the client on the device is it requires administrative rights. So if you're going to give this to a user and say, please install this client, they're probably not going to be able to do that. So this device here is internal, and if I click on network, there you can see there's my MEM CMG gateway. It's been populated, it knows about this, so I can then disappear off site with this device, and I can manage it for patching, application deployment. You can do some config manager task sequences, so you could do an in-place upgrade via a task sequence, a feature update, etc. One thing worth noting is that you can get clever with this, with the CMG, when it comes to your devices that are out on the internet, by configuring boundaries and putting a device into it. So you can target your branch offices, for example. If you've got branch offices that have slow links internally on your corporate network but have a fast internet connection, you can actually get them to use the internet connection and come in through the CMG and manage them that way. And that may be something that would appeal to you. Now, there is a cost associated with the data transfer through the CMG, so you have to kind of be aware of that. If you want to avoid certain scenarios, for example, if you've got a branch office who are coming through to try and get content, or sorry, if you've got people coming through via VPN, for example, to get content, you might want to, scoop them through to the local distribution points if cost is a problem, but then you might start to saturate your internal VPN. So you can always push them out to Microsoft to get the binaries from there. And that's by ticking a box here. You prefer cloud-based sources, and they go out to Microsoft to Windows Update via Microsoft and grab binaries from that location. Okay, so that's a quick overview of CMG. I want to move on to co-management now. If I can find my slides. Okay, so I'm not going to focus too much on the slides. I'd rather just kind of run through with some demonstrations for you. But it's really around that bridge, as I said, and moving things from A to B, on premises to cloud, and moving workloads across. So what I mean by workloads is when you set up co-management, you have there are certain workloads that you can have. You have a slider. We'll see this in a moment, and you can flip between configuration manager to Intune. So these workloads could be your applications, your client apps. We want to start managing those via Intune. It could be Windows updates. It could be moving to device configuration profiles that come from Intune. So you start to push NDM profiles out to those devices. Once you turn on co-management, you get some immediate benefits. These are listed here. Conditional access, something that Ernest was talking about earlier. The ability to wipe factory reset devices and things like that, run a fresh start. So you wouldn't normally have these options available to you on a device that's on premises, but when you co-manage and you get these devices enrolled into Intune, you'll have those options in the console that you can pick. So if a device goes missing, remote wipe, that kind of thing. And as I mentioned before around CMG, it's the same with co-management. You can manage existing clients that are managed by a configuration manager, and you can also manage internet-based devices that are Azure AD joined. As long as you install that config manager client and that's on there, then you can tap into some of the things within config manager on that Azure-based device. Not going to focus on these too much. I'd rather just go into demo this, etc. So let's do that. Okay. So this is where co-management sits in Config Manager. It used to be co-management, but they've now renamed it to Cloud Attach. Makes more sense because this wizard actually contains the tenant attach feature as well, and turning that on also through this wizard. As I say, the configuration is fairly simple. It's a bridge. We just want to try and onboard things as quickly as possible. There are some behind the scenes things to do first, but it was sold as basically having 4 clicks to get up and running. A little more than that, but once you've got the prereqs in place, it is fairly simple to get up and running. Again, you need to authenticate here. And then you come into a point where you say that you're going to, it's not this screen, sorry, enable for co-management. So that configure upload goes back to tenant attached. I'll skip that one for now. Okay, so the choice is, do you want to enroll everything or do you want to pilot? So again, in the first session, I mentioned about being granular, picking one collection and piloting devices. Or you could just go gung-ho and say, actually, we're going to enroll them all. So you're going to need that auto enrollment, Intune, and Azure P1 or 2 license assigned to the users who are using the devices. Or you could just say none. Okay, but if you go gung-ho and say all, what's the impact there? Well, that will try to enroll any eligible device into Intune for you. Okay, it's not going to actually impact it beyond that. It's not going to flip anything, any workloads, etc. Whatever you specify in your collection for pilot, or if you go for everything, that will attempt to do it against those devices. This bit here, now this is because I've got a CMG in place. What this means at the bottom is that I'm going to put that information into my parameters for client for the Config Manager client install on an Azure-based Azure AD join device. All right, okay, now bear with me because I think this has just gone super slow. But there we go, it's kicked me off. So I occasionally get these Wi-Fi problems. And we're back in. Fantastic. Okay. Okay, so here's those workloads that I mentioned, and this is where I can start to tap into Intune and some of the things that Intune can provide for me. I mentioned these earlier: device configuration, client apps. There's also compliance policies, so I can start to mark devices in Intune as if I start to move this slider. Is this device compliant? Depends what compliance policies I set in Intune. It could be, is this device BitLockered? Does it have the firewall enabled, etc. And scrolling down, we've got Office click to run apps. Well, this will control what is managing my Microsoft 365 apps for patching and Windows update policies. So, you know, am I going to stick with Config Manager to manage my patching via WSUS, or am I going to start to move to the cloud and use the Windows update rings, feature update, preview policies, etc. From the cloud, which tap into Windows Update for Business. As you can see, I've piloted Windows Update policies. Okay. Now, what's the difference here? Pilot Intune or Intune? Well, if I flick to Pilot Intune, I can go into staging and I can pick a collection in Config Manager that I want to use for testing my update policy change, the shift in the workload. If I flip to Intune, that's going to push everything over. So really, I'm going to be cautious as I kickstart the journey, and I'm going to pilot things. Okay, so the initial thing I need to do when I'm doing code management is that I need to, if I've gone to pilot for enrollment, I need to put a device into that collection, okay, that I've specified. And I've done that with a particular device here. So if I went into that collection, you'd see I've got this VM that I'm on at present, which is this one, Win10-8. Okay. Now, when it enrolls, you'll see that first off I've actually enabled co-management. It'll report that in the config manager control panel, and it'll set the co-management capabilities as 1. Okay, that's the default capability that will be applied against it. Now that's just a numerical value that it will store to give it an idea as to what workloads are being applied against the device. Okay, so on the console itself, okay, if I find that device, here we go. So you see this has come in, it's enrolled into MEM, Endpoint Manager Console, into Intune, and I can see that this device is classed as a co-managed device. Okay, excellent, and it's corporate ownership. So I clicked on that. So the corporate ownership that I mentioned before, the enrollment method, sorry, that I mentioned before, co-management was one of them, and it would come in as a corporate device. Well, we can see that's happened there. Compliancy config manager, well, at the moment, that top slider of mine around compliance policies is still pointing at config manager. So that's hence that entry there. Okay, so that's in, it's perfect, it's enrolled, it's exactly what I want. Next up, I want to kind of change this, manage this for a different workload. Okay, I want to try and test out Windows Update policies against this device. That's not a problem. As I say, we flicked the workload already, and we pointed it to the collection. So what I will do is, I think, yeah, I can do that. So if I go to my co-management Windows Update collection, so this is where you navigate collections in Config Manager. I've pre-created this one, as I say, and I can populate that with the device information. So let me add that resource in. Win10. It was called. Yep, perfect. So add that in. So this collection will update. Should update automatically. Sometimes it can be a little bit slow, but let's see. The little egg timer there. I don't know if you can see that, but that is effectively means it's updating that collection at present. There we go. So we can see now there's a member count of 1. And I click into that and show the members, and it will be my my VM. Perfect. Now on the device itself, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it aware that that change has happened. So I'm just going to run this a couple of times. This is an update in policy. I'm trying to force this through a little bit quicker. I wouldn't normally run it so many times, but this is called a machine policy retrieval. I'm going to close down the console and reopen it. Now, sometimes this doesn't happen straight away, and it can be that you have to restart. If you're trying to rush this through, that you restart the configuration manager services. Let's see. It's worked. Okay, so you see here now co-management capabilities now equals 17. It's pretty meaningless, really, to most people. What does that mean? Well, the Windows Update workload has a capability of 16. Okay, so I've got a capability of 1 as a default, and I'm adding 16 to it. Hence, now I have co-management capability of 17 on that particular device. So I can actually now target this device for Windows Update, Windows updates through Intune. Simple as that. It's now converted, it's moved over and shifted to that workload. So that device, because it's actually in the console, I can add it to a group, and I can target that group for updates through the console. I can be super clever if I want. Here's a nice little feature if you set it up properly, but something called I think it's Cloud Sync, if I remember correctly. I can take this collection here, go into the properties. I've got to stand some things up in admin first, but I can actually go in and say that any member of this collection, here we go, Cloud Sync, will sync up here, and I just basically add in a group in Azure, search for a group in Azure, and it would automatically then start to populate that group with members of this collection. So, you know, my Windows Update collection, they all get the capability. You've added them to a group, target that group for Windows updates, job done. And then really it's a case of for co-management, I can go in and start to play with other things. So when I'm getting to the point where I want to, you know, check out Office, click to run and start managing updates for Office via the cloud. Or flip them to go. So you don't manage them, but manage them via the cloud in Intune. You can use there's some office config.office.com. You can do some Office configuration around Office patching, but you'd effectively stop them talking to Config Manager and start talking in Intune. Okay, so I want to finish up by talking about tenant attach. Okay, so tenant attach is moving your attaching your config manager instance to the cloud. So just to reiterate, co-management is managing your devices in the cloud. Yeah, tenant attach will actually attach your config manager site instance to the cloud, and depending on what you decide to upload into the portal, it's up to you, but you can effectively add in servers. You can add in Windows 10 devices, Windows 7 devices, whatever's in your config manager instance. And if you say, oh, I'm going to upload everything, they will all appear there. Just some things to shout out. You know, config manager 2002 as a minimum, simple to implement. It really is. Global admins needed when setting up the service. And Azure public cloud environments required for tenant attach. Yeah, I won't go through those. Again, I'll show you the whole thing. So if I go back to, I think I closed it down maybe. Go back into the properties here. Always takes a few moments to bring this up when you go into the properties. And in here, so this is the bit where I was clicking through earlier and I said this relates to tenant attach. It's tick box, simple as that. We'll configure that for you. So when I said easy to implement, it really is. I've gone with all devices managed here. That's the recommended approach, but again, I could be granular if I want to pilot this and see what the impact is or how this works. I could pick a particular collection in config manager. This is another part of the cloud attach experience, endpoint analytics. I'm not going to go into that today, but effectively this could give you some real analytical data about your endpoints, around boot times, that kind of thing. And that's again, that's a tick box, you know, really simple to configure. When you enable that, you'll then on the back end it'll start to do its thing. There is a log file here where you can see how many devices it's uploading. There's like a sync manager type log, and if you create new devices, it'll just batch them up on every 15 minutes. It'll check for more and upload those into tenant attach. Now, how does that look on the console itself? So here, this really gives you the visual indicator as to how this device is managed. Yeah, which is fairly obvious. It says managed by at the top. That's my co-managed device. But I also have config manager only devices. So these are the ones that are still on premises, and they've been tenant attached. Now these two here are actually server objects. Okay. Again, co-managed, etc. But these are Intune. So these are pure Intune devices that aren't currently co-managed. But the key thing to look at here is these here. Now I've got a co-managed device, this 08 device that I've also got tenant attached, so I can show you how tenant attached works. So let me click into that. Now this gives me all this information under the monitor section. Okay, lots of preview based options. It's been around for quite a while, but it's still in preview. I think it's a good 18 months or so tenant attach has been available. Yeah, it's 2002 config manager, so it's been around for a long time, but these are still listed as preview. And just to show you on another device that isn't tenant attached, so let's just pick maybe this one. Let's see. Yeah, you see there's a lot less there, so this hasn't got the tenant attached features against it. Now I can start to do some pretty cool things with tenant attached, and the way tenant attached is kind of at the moment operating, it would be more a help desk scenario, really. The features that we get in here. So rather than giving your help desk access to the config manager console, well, let's give them access to the MEM portal online, so they can do some things against the device without having to carve up and do any kind of real role-based access control. The things that you get here are informational, but there are some things that are interactive, and these are things like pushing out applications, pushing out scripts, etc. Let me show you that. I'll push out an application to this VM device. Okay, so if I click on this applications blade, it takes a moment or two to come in. Here we go. So these are 3 applications that have been made available to this device, and a user may not know how to install these and not have a clue. So they're ringing up, they're asking the help desk, we'd like 7-zip. Okay, not a problem. Click on the app itself and just click install. That will start to initiate that installation. And if I go back to the VM itself, I'll open up the app discovery log in here, and at the moment it's saying it didn't detect that 7-zip was on this device, so it's going to try and install that. And if I go back to these are the application logs in Config Manager for App Install. So whilst I've been looking for the logs, it's actually started the installation of 7-zip on that device. Completed. Yep. So if I click on here, there we go. 7-zip is now installed. Super simple. I could, let's come out of here now. It should then, yeah, here we go. Application installed. Give it a refresh. Now reporting is installed. I could go in actually. Let's uninstall the app. And in a moment that will go through exactly the same process, but in reverse. Off it goes. Super quick. Other things that are kind of cool here, scripts. Okay, so similar to apps, I can push out a script. Go in here, I've got a script that checks for free disk space. Run that. initiated that. I think give it a refresh. That's running at the moment. That takes a little while just to kick in, and it'll come back eventually and give me back disk information. So those scripts are configured in Config Manager. It's finished there, so let's give it a refresh. Succeeded, click on it, and it tells me I've got X amount of free space, 32 gig. Pretty cool. But you create those scripts in Config Manager, someone would approve them, and then so long as you for these scripts, they would just then appear in here, and you can run run them. You may have there could be a fix for some of your devices that is a reg fix. Pop it into a PowerShell script. Someone rings through to the help desk. I've got this problem. They just run that against the device. Done in seconds. Some other cool things in here. Timeline is one of the funky ones. I don't think I've got some information. Brilliant. Okay, so this will give me analytical information about a device across a timeline. So this when's this from? This is the last 24 hours, I think. Yeah, so look, an application stopped yesterday. Why did it stop? We don't really have much information here, but it could be that I've patched recently, and that patch is causing application crashes, and we're seeing a pattern of things that are occurring over time. Now we can filter here, and we can go back. So this goes back 2 days. So if is that right? No, sorry, this allows me to filter by default by 2 days, but I can go back 30 days. Let's see if we can get into. I think this device has been turned off for a little while, but let's try it. These are the events that it will check for, and these are the sources. So things like application hangs, something from Config Manager, boot problems, Windows error reporting, etc. There we go. So a little bit more information, a bit of abnormal shutdown here. That's probably me just clicking turn off on the VM. Yeah. So, we're tapping into event logs, we're tapping into Config Manager events, etc., and reporting it all back in this pretty cool timeline graph. We can just get some information about the device. We could run. You'd see information about the device in Config Manager under the Resource Explorer, but this is presenting it out onto the web. So again, you're not having to give the admin any kind of access to the console, but okay, what disk is in there? Oh, it's giving me the information back. Just clicking on things and checking. Computer system. I can get information back about the OS. Sorry, not the OS. The machine name, the domain it's in, etc., etc. So this again is more information. Click on here, it will tell me the collections this device is in SCCM. So it could be someone saying, well, I've not received this particular application, and to get the application you have to be a member of a particular collection. So the help desk person can go in and go, actually, yeah, they're missing that. Let me just go to the people who manage Config Manager and ask them to put it in that collection. Job done. And then just some information around the client itself, some boundary information. So with SCCM, you have to have boundaries that devices are in to be able to locate roles and be able to get content, etc. And you could do a quick check here, and if it said no boundaries, you've got a problem. Maybe this device actually needs to be in a New York boundary. It's in the wrong one. It's not because the boundary is not configured properly, and you can just quickly check those sort of things there. Here you've got some information about OS builds, etc. And the final thing in timeline tenant attach is something called CM pivot, and this is a pivoting tool that allows you to query against the device. I'm not sure what we'll get if I just run that by itself, but if I run information about computer system, I can drill in further and do where something equals this and that kind of thing. But I can run this from the web and get quick information back about a device. See if it gives us anything. Does take a minute or two. No, I'm going to give it a... Oh, no, it did. There we go. So it gives me some information here. Pretty cool. Okay, so I hope that gives you an overview of how you can start your journey to the cloud. If you're using on-premises and you're managing with the config manager, you can start to tap into that cloud goodness. These 3 tools are definitely definitely the way forward for you: the CMG, co-management, and tenant attach. So yeah, thanks for that again. Thanks for being able to present a second time, Ernest. Are there any questions at all?
Yes, it's been super live demo, and we, in fact, my hands are itching because I love the when I see hands-on. I mean, when I see people demonstrating these live demos, I get some itches. I don't know. It's been super live demos, walking through the cloud attach. Really, yet to really explore the features and kind of the configurations there. So I guess some itches, I don't know.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of things you can do, as you can see.
Really, a lot. So is there any questions, panel? Paul is here. In fact, this was a special treatment, and I'm very excited. I mean, thank you would not be enough. I mean,
No, it's been a pleasure. Enjoyed doing it.
Yes. So, Paul, would you like to introduce Ben to us? Maybe he has some surprise section for us.
Yeah, sure. So I can definitely introduce Ben. So we've got another MVP rock star, as you called us earlier, Ernest. Yeah.
Yes, rock star.
Oh, hello. There's Ben. So
good to see you.
Hey.
Ben. Yes.
So Ben, you've been onboarded to the MVP program this year. Is that right? This year?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Congrats.
Last month. Thank you.
And Ben is UK based as well. I won't steal his thunder on his intro, but so I've known Ben for a little while now. He's got a user group up in. I'm going to get this wrong. EEMUG. EMUG.
Yeah, 2 E's. East of England Microsoft User Group.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I had the honour of presenting physically at his first event, and it's been a while since we've done physical events, so it's a few years ago, isn't it? And
hopefully the next one will be an in-person event. That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. And I showed him how I can turn off presentation screens by clicking the wrong buttons midway through my own presentation.
Do you know, it's keeping it real. That's what makes these things good, isn't it? Because we do this in our spare time, so we're not professional presenters. So when things go wrong, that's real, isn't it? So
totally. So Ben stepped in today to give us an overview of some stuff he's been working on. It's pretty cool tech within Config Manager and Intune. Again, so it's really cool. And we appreciate your time, Ben, for today, for sure.
No, it's my pleasure. So I just want to say well done on the user group. So I've been keeping tabs on it, and I joined this morning, and you're doing great things with the user group. So congratulations. Because the difficult thing we have is getting up-to-date information, and we can go to the internet to find it, but it doesn't always put it into context, does it? So it's always good to hear from people who've gone through the and pains before. And I think user groups are just a really great place to get that real world experience, So congratulations on the group, top drawer.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
So today, if it's okay, I was going to talk about, Paul has been talking about trying to maybe get from on-prem to the cloud. So where customers have maybe made a big investment in Configuration Manager, and then they're migrating to the cloud to Intune, or even customers who are maybe just starting that journey with cloud and they're just starting off in Intune, One of the areas of difficulty that we see is applications. So how do I get my applications into the cloud to be able to deliver it to my users? And there's quite a few different options. So I was going to maybe spend some time to go through what we do in Config Manager and then how we can move that workload out to Intune. Does that sound cool?
Yeah, that's very cool. I can't wait to hear your migration strategies.
Yeah, cool. And then I'll touch on some. I heard that you like live demos, so I'm going to go through some slides to give some context, but then we'll break out into live demos and we'll go into the lab. We'll show you some community tools that you can use for automation to get the applications up to Intune. So hopefully it's going to be fun.
Very, very much.
So I'm just going to share my screen. So I've called this session Application and Other Migration Possibilities from On-Prem to the Cloud. But this will also apply to those who are maybe just looking to start in the cloud and don't really have anything on-prem to begin with. And one of the questions we hear often is, how do I deploy my apps into Intune? So in this session, I'm going to try and help you understand some of the application and management options there are for your cloud managed devices. So my name is Ben Whitmore. I am an MVP in enterprise mobility since September, so I'm a very new MVP. I used to come from local government, so I was working in local government for 14 years. And as soon as I stepped out of that into a company called Cloudway, I was eligible for the MVP program, and thankfully I was nominated, and it's just been an amazing ride since. So that's pretty cool. My DMs are open on Twitter, so if there's any questions after this session, you can just ping me on Twitter and I'll do my best to answer it. You'll see me blogging at msnpointmanager.com as well. So that's a little bit about me. So in today's session, I'm going to look at 3 areas, I think. So to start off with, we're going to focus on the evolution. So how do we get our applications to the cloud? So where can we come from and how do we get there? Yeah, so we're going to spend a little bit of time looking at maybe the history of the options that were available to us previously. And then I'm going to spend some time looking at the different application options available to us today. So yes, we can push applications out from Intune, but there are other ways to do it as well. So we can look at the store for business, and I'll go through some of those options as well, because they're very good. Different options for different use cases. And then as I said before, I'm going to, the last part of the session, I'm going to try and spend most of the time here. We're going to get into the lab. So we're going to show you how to use some tools from Microsoft to prepare your applications for Intune. And for maybe some of the larger customers who have made a big investment in application creation in Configuration Manager, and you've maybe got lots of applications, you don't really want to manually have to rebuild those in Intune, I'll show you some community tools that are available to help you automate that process. So let's have a look at applications. Let's have a look at where we've come from. And I think it's important to know where we've come from in order to understand where we're going. And this is a great quote. It says the same thing. So this is the question I pose. So what lessons have we learned from the way we previously deployed applications? And how can we confidently embrace the newer methods available to us today? And for me, it all started in Configuration Manager. So if we look right back, this will be quite good for those admins who are using Configuration Manager today. So way back when, Configuration Manager, or SMS as it was called in those days, brought us the concept of packages. And packages were a welcome introduction, because before packages, the only real tools that we had available to us in the Microsoft stack was group policy or startup scripts. We didn't have many options to deploy software, so packages were really cool. And we still see packages in use today in Configuration Manager. So they're still going strong. Maybe they're seen as the legacy way to deploy an application in Configuration Manager, but they are still used. We see them used a lot in task sequences. And as I say, even today in Configuration Manager, current branch, they're still in use. And I think they're going to be here for a while yet. And then from packages, we moved to the application model. So I think it was in Config Man 2012, we saw applications. And the application model was a vast improvement on packages. I'm talking miles and miles of improvement. So we saw the introduction of things like application detection method. So when I previously deployed a package, I didn't really have a way of knowing whether it installed successfully. So app detection method was awesome. Actually, something better than application detection method was icons in Software Center. So you maybe see this today if you're using Config Man and you deploy applications. If you deploy a package, you don't get an icon. If you deploy an application, you get a really cool icon. So that's pretty cool. We saw the introduction of deployment types. So we can have multiple deployment types per application, and those deployment types would maybe install the software differently on different hardware. So you could have a deployment type for an x86 device and a different deployment method for an x64 device. So deployment types are pretty cool. And then we also had this concept of requirement. So I could say, well, I want to deploy this application on this group of devices, but I only want to install it if it meets this requirement. So I've pulled out just a quick example of a script here that I've used before, where I want to target a group of devices, let's say accountancy, but I only want to target desktops. I don't want to target laptops. So in that scenario, I could target a department and then just say, well, just install this on desktops, not laptops. So requirements were really cool, really powerful. Supersedence in the application model is awesome. So I could say I've deployed one version of software, I've got a newer version of software available. So I want this newer version of software to supersede the previous version. And so supersedence was really cool. I'm going to go through these a bit quicker so I have more time in the lab. We could customize the user experience. So we could either hide the installation from the user, we could show the installation for the user, and we could set maximum run times for the applications. So that is pretty cool. And of course, another great feature for Service Desk was application approval. So I could pre-deploy an application to my users, and my users could request an application, or my Service Desk could approve it from within Configuration Manager. That's another really cool feature. And finally, the application model brought us better reporting. So we've got these awesome pie charts and things to see whether the applications were successfully deployed. So that is cool. And then moving on, so Microsoft gave us the package conversion managers. So we saw this in 1806. And so what we saw Microsoft doing was helping us move away from the kind of legacy package model into this more modern application model. So Microsoft knew that applications were better. We had a better user experience. The admin had more options in terms of deploying the application. So Package Conversion Manager was able to convert packages into applications. Simple as that. And it's a tool that's integrated into the Configuration Manager console. And that's a point I want us just to remember, because Microsoft helped us here to move from a legacy deployment model to a more modern one. So that's key to remember for the next few slides, okay? And there's more on the Package Conversion Manager. If you're still using packages heavily and you want to convert them, there's a link on the slide. So this brings us on to point 2 in the agenda. What options do we have for a modern world? So packages and applications, along with other methods like GPO, software distribution, and the way we used to install stuff, they are still valid today, and there are still use cases to use some of those options. But the great thing is we can leverage the cloud technology in Intune to deliver our applications to our devices. And I can still deploy some of those legacy methods, so like packages and applications. I can still deploy applications to my cloud managed devices using things like Paul mentioned, the cloud management gateway or co-management. So if I have my cloud managed device, so it's Intune enrolled, and I still want to deploy applications from Configuration Manager, absolutely I can do that. I can use the cloud management gateway, or I can use co-management and move that workload slider over. Okay, but there are other options available to us. And this is what I'm just going to focus on for this next part of the session. Not sure why I put that in the slide, but that's a cool saying. Experience is one thing you can't get for nothing. Actually, I do know why I put this in there, because when we move through these different technologies, and we may start to discount the way we used to do things, but the reason I pull this out is because it all helps build our experience, doesn't it? You know, if we learn through the different methods of doing stuff, and I think that learning experience is valuable because it helps us appreciate how far we've come in terms of the technology available to us today. So what options do we have? We have the Microsoft Store. So we know that we can register our organization with the Microsoft Store for Business, and we can integrate the Microsoft Store with Intune. That's pretty cool. So we can deliver our applications to our devices by the Store for Business. And there's the new Microsoft Store coming, I believe, the first half of 2022, where we have even more options to deploy applications from the store. So Microsoft will start to allow us to deploy Win32 apps, .NET apps, and all these different types of apps as well from the Microsoft Store for Business. So keep an eye out for that. And there will be there'll still be an interaction between Intune and the Store for Business, but it's pretty cool what they're doing here. So the Store for Business is relevant. And actually, I'd say if there's an application that you use in your business and it's available in the store is probably the simplest way to get the application to your endpoint. We have Microsoft 365